Happy, what is it, Saturday? Happy Saturday, January 21st. Welcome one and all. Let me make sure I have my tabs muted here. Looks like it. Let me know if you guys can hear me okay. Going to give everybody a few minutes to join into the chat. Let me mute the iPad. We don't need that in our background. What's up? Hey, Ron, Christian Princess, Blazin'. Guys, tonight you must call me Popcorn Lung, please. I insist. Some clown saw me vape. He's like, yeah, why y'all gonna take advice from a popcorn lung? Guys, in honor of this fool, I insist you call me Popcorn Lung for the rest of the night. I will not answer to Tony Denaro tonight. Let's have some fun. We are doing something a little bit unusual tonight. No Tony tonight, please. Popcorn Lung only. I want to see the chat filled with popcorn lungs to honor this clown. Thinks he's going to hurt my feelings. Buddy, you don't know who you're messing with. About to light up a cigar on top of that. What are you going to call me? Cigar lung next? Cancer cheeks, cancer tongue. I'm a grown-ass man, son. I do what I want. You shut the fuck up. We're going to do something a little different tonight besides having a little Glenmorangie, which I haven't cracked the first one yet, but we're going to, by your request, guys, we're going to look at Hellbiz. You know, I don't like spending a lot of time reviewing penny stocks, especially failing penny stocks. But for some reason, some people think that this one might have a short squeeze. And old Popcorn Lung's going to do some Glenmorangie analysis for you tonight. Let me plug in my headset here. I can't even hear the system audio. Real Rugged says, I have a small position in Hellbiz, Mr. Popcorn Lung. Thank you for addressing me by the proper pronouns tonight. My pronouns tonight are popcorn and lung. I got some ice. Let's get some Glimmo. And then we'll bring up some charts and some DD. I'm just going to, look, you guys want me to spend my time doing DD on a penny stock. I don't like doing that, but it's Saturday night and Scarlett is babysitting for a friend. So I have a couple hours and I felt like smoking a cigar. So you got Popcorn Lung giving you some silly penny stock analysis tonight, and let's see if it might short squeeze or not. I do own some, by the way. I bought it. What did I buy it at? 22 cents, 23, something like that. Shin Kyoku, what's going on? Physiologist, not Tony tonight. Popcorn Lung only, please. Don't make me boot you. Keygen, what's up? Broke Ape, how you doing? JM, what did JM say? Yo, Popcorn Lung. Hellbiz to $5. Edwin, I hope so. I grabbed some at 20 something cents, 22, 23, I forget. All right. Cheers to the trolls. You have found the wrong channel. Here's where we make fun of it. We make fun of you. We clown on you all day and night. Tastes like popcorn, guys. Oh. PDX, what's up? Tim F. Scott Gray, good evening. D. Robinson, Gorilla Gardener, John Galt, yo. Oklahoma Sasquatch. Tom Zock, good evening. Sufyan the CPA. What's going on? Sufyan, I might need you in the chat here to help me do some penny stock analysis. What did I say? In my Discord Friday morning, I said I was going to buy some Hellbiz just in case shit. But my kind of early price target on it if it were to get up and running, guys. Nothing tonight is financial advice. All right. I'm just telling you, when I'm looking at where could this thing potentially stop out, if I'm not saying it's going to run. I already feel like this is a hot mess of shit. But if it were to run, I'm thinking that the first big stop will be around $3, but we'll get into that in a few minutes. We'll get into that in a few minutes. For it to run, first of all, you're going to need a lot of FOMO. You're going to need a lot of FOMO. And you're not going to catch me. I doubt you're going to catch me making a video about a penny stock. Let me get Webull open here. I mean, like a dedicated video. You know what I mean. Hellbiz. All right, let's bring up the chart and look at some basic stats. I'm going to do this. I'm going to be reading your comments and half-ass doing DD while we have a drink or two. Helbiz is at 20.3 cents. It ran up on the 20th in early hours to 36 cents. So, yeah, it could already well be done. It was at 11 cents the day before, but sometimes these things take a couple of days for the clickbaiters to start making a bunch of videos on it. So we'll give it a couple days. The float is 16.5 million. Let me turn this monitor. 16.5 million shares outstanding. Holy smokes, 129 million. What'd they do? A reverse split? Or they just got a lot of shares available. There's a dilution bomb right there. 52-week high is $5. Oh, here we go. Sorry, I was looking at the market cap. My bad. Free float is 81 million. Shares outstanding 129 million. All right. So we got that. It's not like GNS, which had a free float of 10 million. You're talking 8x the float. 8x the float for Hellbiz. Already got that against it. We're going to have to look up and see what happened back in August. There was a run up and a drop. We'll do that later. We got plenty of time. If you can't stay late, come back tomorrow and watch it on repeat. Wisa. Mike wants me to look at Wisa too. I don't know, Mike. We'll see. Let's get through Hellbiz first. Wisa. What can you say about Wisa? Who's pumping Wisa? What do we got tonight here? Punch. Gran Puro. All the years of Spanish I took, such a gringo, never did learn how to roll my R's properly. Danny, what's up? I spent all afternoon working on that Genius GNS video for you guys. Hopefully you watched that, or please go watch it later tonight or tomorrow, this weekend. Give it a little love. That was a lot of work going. Might have been my longest video ever. I like to keep them about 5 minutes, no more than 10, but there was a lot of information to share to get you guys up to speed on what's going on that. So that was my day. And I took a little break. Went over and listened to Super Steven over at Just Another Ape. He had Ant Card on there and Mediocre Trader. Good stream going on over there. Don't smoke, kids. It'll kill you. Popcorn lung. It gives you popcorn lung. Woo! All right. Proud Ma, what's going on? We're pumping pennies here, Shibsuck. I don't mind a good penny stock if it starts moving, right? Any momentum trade is a valid play if it starts moving. But golly, man, I've seen so many people come in and pump stocks that a couple days later are in the toilet. And then, occasionally you get a gem. But just to kind of separate my channel from the really bad, what I call the penny bait clickbaiters, penny stock clickbaiters, I try not to do a whole lot of talk about penny stocks. Those people lose so many viewers' money. Don't worry about that. Chapter 11, a Party City, Chapter 11. BBBY, Chapter 11 is going to be fine. It's going to be fine. No, it's never fine, guys. But for a momentum trade for a couple days, if people really get behind it, you can make some money. Depends on who's pumping it and how much momentum it gets. Danny says, do I like to short the pennies or the pump and dumps after they run up? I have not ever yet, Danny, shorted a stock. I know people always accuse me of being a bear or a shorter. Never in my life shorted a stock. Although if this bear market keeps up this year, I'm seriously considering it, because if we can accurately call the top, we can run it, we can ride it on the way up, we can get out of that play, short it if the if we think it's at the top, and ride it back down. But I don't know yet how much I'm going to talk about that, because the risk is so unlimited when you're shorting stocks. Owning the float tonight, you must call me Popcorn Lung to honor one of the clown trolls on my channel that I had to block. But we're going to honor his death with a special appearance tonight by Popcorn Lung Denaro. If you call me Tony, I will not answer tonight. Steven says, did you enjoy the stream with Ants Trades? I did. I wish I would have caught more of it. But I was finishing up my video and then eating and saying goodbye to Scarlett before she went to go babysit. So she's babysitting for a friend. She'll be out for a couple hours. Easiest babysitting job in the world. Go over there, get paid. The kids are asleep. Who wouldn't want a job like that? And her condition right now, being all broken up in the collarbone, that's a great way to make some extra money. Shin Kyoku says, how do you get popcorn lung, Tony? Yes, you must smoke popcorn. Now, some people get it from smoking a vape, but only the weak. We don't make men like that in Texas, Shin Kyoku. I don't know. This guy must be from California or something. Sorry, Californians. I'm just making fun of the trolls. Nobody ever heard of popcorn lung in Texas? Come on. We grow real men over here. Come on. Hallie, what's up? Shiv says, oh man, that is rough. I don't even know if I can read that. Got a fresh box of tissues, so I had to go look up that old video with Alex. Oh man, I hope Alex is not watching tonight. All right. Tonight, I have money on the Eagles in the fantasy football. I dropped down to second place so far. Is that game over yet? I'm down by 1.2 points. Let me move this over so y'all can see. Move tab to a new window. They got Big Chief, no limit right here in spot number 1. I was in spot number 1 before this game started. We got, I don't know who else that I know is in this. Massalorian's down here. He's 32 points behind. We got Jing Ting, Dick Six, Footballer Bonita, and Bishop Sycamore bringing in the rear. So I will be watching the games on and off tonight. I mean, this weekend. Let's go Cowboys. Juan Medina says, I don't disagree that G&S should be down, but feels like the naked shorts are crushing the business. I mean, we all are on the same page, right? That naked shorting is illegal. Can we agree on that at least? I want you to go carefully reread the press releases put out by the CEO and Share Intel and West Christian. Not one of them says naked shorts regarding GNS. It talks about shares that were failed to be delivered. Did you key in on that? That's why I focused on that. 500K failures to deliver on December 2nd. Not one time did I see that they talked about naked shorts. We have evidence that somebody failed to deliver. Yeah, I see it. And then 2 days later, they delivered. But hey, look, if you're a guy that's running a company that's getting beaten into the dirt, because no matter how fast you grow your company, you keep losing more and more money in terms of earnings, Genius Group, your stock's going to get sold off, and it's probably going to get shorted too, legally. But I just don't, I mean, even the shorts aren't maintaining a position in it. The reported short interest barely even was 1% up until 2 days ago. That's all I'm saying. But look, guys, all of these CEOs that are hiring West Christian, I hope that they come up with something that we can all have actionable intel from, actionable info. A lot of times what happens with these cases is if they even go to court, surprise, surprise, the settlement is sealed. So you never even know what happened. Well, what's going to happen? What do you think is going to happen to old Adam Aaron and AMC if he hires Share Intel and he finds out something he doesn't want to hear? Like we ran our proprietary algorithm and we can't find anything, Mr. Aaron. Is Adam going to come tell you that? And then what are y'all going to say? You're paid by the hedgies, Adam. We don't believe you. Or what if he does find something, but he can't say something because of a court case that's being fought? I just feel like, look, I support whatever the company decides to do, or any company decides to do, but getting the results public, and all the years that Share Intel and West Christian have been doing this, sure is hard to find. I don't know if y'all been looking. We've been looking. Many of us have been looking. So how much energy do you want to put into CEOs going after stuff if you never know the result? Just saying. Find me a bunch of results and then we can have something to talk about. Gorilla Gardener said, did I try any of the Oreo flavor yet? No, I'm doing carnivore diet till the end of this month, Gorilla Gardener. So my Oreo popcorn is going to have to wait till February, maybe March. Shin says, when I was 18, I smoked a cigar. My dad said, don't be a biatch. Smoke popcorn like Tony. If no one's calling you popcorn lung, you ain't a real man. All right, let's see what we got on Hellbiz, HLBZ. Gonna pull up some DD while we're having a drink. Nothing too serious tonight. Sorry if this is your first time listening in. Nighttime chats, we just go at our own pace and have a little bit of fun. So, who is the CEO of this company? Satan? High in the last year has been about $5. Was this a SPAC? I'm assuming so, from this $10. All right, profile. Que onda, Jeffrey Roche? What's up, amigo? They call blazing popcorn balls. I like that. Clark says he's going to repossess a car. Just tell your wife, ask your wife nicely to give you the keys. You don't got to go all tow truck on her, Clark. Hellbiz is apparently located in where? New York, New York. Full-time employees, 355. Helbiz is an interurban transportation company. Sorry for, it's been a year since I looked into this company. So you're going to watch me do it live. Do the old DD and figure out if this is going to be a short squeeze. Because the CEO said it was in the press releases, and we'll get to those coming up next. Alan, I agree with you. Anybody hiring Share Intel is going to be in for a multi-year legal battle, and it will cost a lot. $50,000 is the entry price. That's the ticket to ride. That's your entrance fee to the park. It only goes up from there. All right. Helbiz provides micro-mobility services in Italia, go Italia, and the United States. It operates through mobility, media, and all other segments. Company offers e-scooters, e-bikes, and e-mopeds. So this is kind of like what Lyft has, those little e-bikes. Is it like Lyft and Uber and Bird? What are those other companies called? Yeah, the good thing, blazing about 20 cents. There's not too many ways to go except up from here, right? Let's look. I'm going to pull up their press releases, but first I want to look at their website. Ooh, look at that. Little mopeds, a little pay for play bicycle. Some these are like a plague in my city. These little scooter things. They got them just laying all over the sidewalk for the blind people to trip over and the drunk people. You done with it? Just throw it in the sidewalk. Don't worry about that designated parking area. Throw it down. We got these bikes too. Austin's very, very big on cutting down on traffic around downtown. Ooh, look at that. Wheels is now part of Helbiz. Feel the lion in your hair, the lion with the big tail. Feel the lion in your hair as you grab a moped. Sounds manly. And zoom through your city or satisfy your cravings with a selection of pizza, burgers, salad. What is that? Cupcakes, ice cream, delivered directly to your casa as you turn on your television or your phone, I guess. You could have come up with a better icon than that, guys. Come on, you're slacking to watch football. All just one tap away. All right, let's look at their press releases now that we know what their products are. Here we go. This is what got everybody all spun up. Joe Mar says, what do I think of Hellbiz? We're going to find out. Just please don't be impatient, because we're just taking it easy tonight. Grab a 6-pack or a bottle of scotch, or, you know, Mad Dog 2020, whatever floats your boat. You guys have been wanting a drunk stock analysis. I'm not drunk yet. I'm just like 3 sips in, but who knows where we'll be in 3 hours. Do I ever see Alex Jones? I have met Alex Jones and hung out with him downtown one night. He was with Joe Rogan and the CEO of Fleshlights. That was quite an evening. All right. Hellbiz evaluates investigation into illegal stock trading, January 20th. That was yesterday. Let's see what wording they carefully chose here. Hellbiz, blah, 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 believes that certain individuals and or companies may have engaged in illegal short selling practices that have artificially depressed the stock price. That sounds just like what GNS wrote. As a result, Hellbiz is evaluating options and following the examples of companies like Genius Group in creating a comprehensive action plan. Y'all have probably seen that comprehensive action plan on Twitter. If not, let me know. I'll pull it up. It's about an 8-bullet point PowerPoint. Salvatore Paella. Paella? I know it's not paella, but I can't unsee it now. Salvatore Paella. Fuck. Salvatore, help me out. Paella? Paella? Salvatore Paella. Paella has disclosed that he will meet with third parties that have indicated interest in working with Hellbiz to resolve the potential short selling issue. This press release features multimedia. All right. Launched in 2015, the company. Let's see what else they got. Just pronounce the L's. Paella. What's up, Doc Zeno? Adam Aaron in the house. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you, Doc, for joining in. Live from Leawood, Kansas. Hellbiz announces discontinuation of operations in non-profitable markets. Well, we're seeing a lot of that. That's good cost cutting. GameStop's doing a lot of that. AMC's doing some of that. Regal's doing some of that. Oh no, they filed bankruptcy. They don't got much choice. Where are they discontinuing at? After a comprehensive review and a determination that certain markets don't possess the necessary conditions for profitability in the near term, yada, yada, yada. Doesn't say what cities, and I don't care to click. E-bike fleet in Miami-Dade 8 days ago. So really, I mean, they're just coming on this gravy train of retail FOMO with the Share Intel West Christian investigation storyline since January 20th, since Friday. Why would they do that? Because Genius Group ran up damn near over 1,000% in the last 6 or 7 trading days. Walt says, in 2 hours, be looking like Tommy Hearns after being hit by Marvin Hagler. Have y'all seen the new UFC power slap contest? Have you seen how those guys look after a bout? Talk about bobbleheads. All right, let's see what we got on dilution tracker for Hellbiz, if anything. HLBZ. Well, what do you know? So they had 30 million shares most of last year. Then they jumped to 58 million. Then they jumped to 140 million. Now they're at 176 outstanding shares. That's a lot of dilution. That would tell me that the company has probably not been making money and needing to raise cash. And that's probably why they're in the shitter at 20 cents. They have basically 6x the float. 6x the float since June of last year. Ouch! Company has negative 1 month of cash left. Ouch! Negative 1 month of cash left. No wonder they're being shorted. 6x dilution and minus 1 month of cash. Come on, guys. Come on. You guys like this stock? Why did I buy this shit? All right, SPAC warrants. We got 8.4 million warrants sitting out there waiting to be exercised with an exercise price of $11.50. Convertible notes. We got 1 million. Oh, convertible note warrants, 1 million with an exercise price of $3. Okay, remember when I started this popcorn lung rant about 30 minutes ago? I set up my first stopping price for this stock is around $3. First stop for this stock, if it runs, would be around $3. But that's only 1 million warrants, assuming that it's 1 share for 1 warrant. I'm going to need to look at that. That probably that's a speed bump on 180 million shares. We got more warrants here. 500,000 with a $3 exercise price. We got more warrants here. 2.1 million at $11.50. August 22, $2 exercise price, 500,000. Oh my gosh, look at all these convertible notes. 15 cents? Holy shit, we are fucked. 40 million shares, conversion price at 15 cents. Oh, we are screwed, guys. And another 12 million at 25 cents. You know they want to get these in the money. I bet those bonds are trash. Bet they're hot trash dumpster fire right now. Yeah, they want to convert that to equity. 52 million shares coming in hot. It's still going. August 22, convertible notes squared. 5 more to be issued upon effect. Another 20 million shares at 25 cents. Here's another 18 million shares at 80 cents. Oh, God. Oh my, still going. More at $2.50, more at $20. Well, we probably don't got to worry about that. A shelf offering, October 22. The hits just keep coming. More dilution, $100 million worth. Another 181 million. Guys, we are fucked in this play. No wonder it's in the tank. Should probably be about a nickel. I'm going to reevaluate my decision to buy this stock. I bought it at 22 cents. I'd be lucky to get out at 11 on Monday. No, I'm just kidding. Guys, I always say in the Discord, never underestimate retail's willingness to FOMO in on a piece of shit stock. They're just going to say, it's just 20 cents. I'll buy 1,000 shares. I'll buy 10,000 shares. What's the worst that could happen? You could lose half your money in about 1 hour. That's probably the worst that could happen. All right. So as you can see, you are fucked in this stock with dilution. Pardon my French. It's Saturday night. Let's look at short interest. Tony, we know it's going to short squeeze because like DNS, surely it's got 1% short interest. Let's just see. Yeah, did you see that? Genius Global had 1% short interest before we all started buying it, before I started buying it. I never one time would call that a short squeeze play because there was no short interest in that stock. That was all y'all. That was us. FOMOing in, stealing from each other. All right. Short interest on this stock. Oh, Lordy. It actually says 0. 0. But it's going to short squeeze, guys. Those shorts are scared now. Someone said, Tony, how can the CEO of Genius be forcing a short squeeze? Isn't he worried, Tony, about getting sued by the hedgies? No, he's not worried because there's no shorts. Who's going to sue him? Same with Helbiz. Like, this is a risk-free play. The only one he's tricking is retail investors. There's no shorts going to sue him because nobody was in the play short. $5 million shares available at 27% cost to borrow. Steven says the true MOAS is Mullen. We'll cover Mullen again next week after the 25th, after they get that 5 billion dilution locked in. I am just in shock, Steven, when I'm on space calls. People actually think Mullen is going to be the true MOAS. I want some of what y'all are smoking, guys. You're about to get without any lube on Mullen. Your best chance is to pray for no dilution. Look, a failing company with no revenue and massive losses that's about to 2.5x their float with dilution and no prospect of earnings for the next 2 years. You don't want to be in that dilution play. Jay Beeb says the CEOs are pumping their own stocks. That's exactly right. You guys have heard me say it. If you've been tuning in to the evening live streams, I've definitely been saying it in the Discord for a while. The only people getting pumped is retail that falls for this shit. And there's going to be a lot. You just watch the comments in every video. People, Hellbiz is the next squeeze. I'm not saying it can't run up. Retail can do a lot of things to blow their own money. And you can make money off of that if you're smart. If you get in when it's cheap and you ride it. But I want you to have a realistic price target. Forget all these, this is the next GameStop. Hellbiz is not the next GameStop. But look, if you got in at 20 cents and it ran up to $2, that would not be a bad trade. Danny says, can they get in trouble if they say they're being shorted and they don't actually have any short interest? They're saying that they believe there is illegal activity going on. Let's read that. Let's read that one more time. Did it say they were being shorted? They are examining measures to address alleged illegal short selling. He does say that it is being illegally sold, and I don't want to minimize. I'm having a little fun tonight, being a little silly. There is shorts in all of these stocks that get in and out on the same day. How do we know that? Well, we can look at the daily short volume. And I've not done any of this. Let's just see. I'm doing it live with you guys. I have not looked at any of this stuff. I haven't even looked at this ticker because it's a dumpster fire. I haven't looked at it in a year. Let's look at the failures to deliver in the daily short volume. It is over 50%, 60% every day. That's pretty high. You compare that to my video on GNS. You saw days, you saw weeks where there was, oh no, that was failures to deliver. On GNS, you saw the daily short volume. A lot of days was 20 or 30%. This one's always being spanked. 50, 60%. So that is a sign of potential shenanigans. Let's look at the failures to deliver. All right. This is what they're going after right here. Same as GNS. They had one day. See this huge spike on 12/22? They went from almost no FTDs, just a handful, 5,000, 10,000. They had 2.6 million on 12/22. I wonder if we look back in the chart, if there was an earnings release on this day. Or 2 days before it on the 20th. Let's just see. I don't see one. All right, what was in the news? What was the volume on that day? What was going on December 20th? There was a run up on the 20th. And then it got shorted down with failures to deliver. That is what West Christian and Share Intel are going to be looking at, I would assume. And then somewhere around late November, it got ran up and dropped back down. Let's look at the news again. So we want to look around 11/28 and 12/20. I don't see any news. On the 20th, other than there was this press release, I call these a plausible pumpability news. Whenever retail is really interested in a play and any press release comes out, people will tend to run it up. Highcroft Mining, Mullen, Sundial, you know the drill. News that has no real meaning, but people get excited about it. They run up the stock 100% in a day or 50%, and then it just comes right back down because there is no real meaningful financial contribution. Wheels, a Helbiz company, today announced that it will launch pre-orders for their latest vehicle. And they will begin shipping by the end of Q2 2023. So Q2 2023, depending on what the order size that they're expecting for this, is when you would really expect end of Q2 2023. So really Q3 2023 is when you'll have meaningful revenue contribution to the financials. So it might have run up on the 20th on that news, and then it got spanked back down because nothing changed. There was not a flood of income to the company on December 20th. So that would probably explain that run up on the 20th, resulting in failures to deliver on the 22nd. Now let's look at what did I say the other date was? November 19th. This is probably the other one. Helbiz completes acquisition of Wheels. The next day, the stock runs up. But no meaningful contribution to earnings. So it got dropped back down the next day. That was November 18th. All right. So really what I want to look at is these failures to deliver on the 10th, though. What happened on the 10th? On the 9th, they launched a taxi service. On the 11th, no, I don't see any real news on that day. That's what they're going to be looking at. Share Intel and West Christian going to be looking at those couple big days of failures to deliver. Gorilla Gardener says when CEOs are pumping their stock, the smart play is to wait till after they play their hand before buying in. Well, I mean, Gorilla Gardener, like with Cosmos prior to the reverse split and all that stuff, and with Genius, the time to get in was the very first day that any news gets announced. And then you cross your fingers and pray to the gods, both old and new, that retail gets on board for a few days and that you were early, and then you can ride that wave for a couple days. And then no matter what anybody's telling you, at least at a minimum, get your initial investment out. You want to let the house money ride? Be my guest. John Galt says, yeah, the shorts were not present. Shorts were not present in GNS until Thursday and Friday. That is a fact. By the data we can see. Now, there's going to be people mad at me yelling, but Tony, you're discounting all the naked shorts. Guys, I can only talk about what I can see. And I can promise you that Share Intel and West Christian and the CEO, Roger Hamilton James, or whatever the heck his name is, they will be in court for the next 2 years trying to prove those naked shorts. So if it takes them 2 years in court to prove it, how can I in good faith sit here today, or how can anyone on Twitter sit there and say they know it's a fact? Ask me after the court case is resolved and the details are published, and I will retract everything I said. All right. What do we got here? Let's look at the financials. Do we dare? Oh, we better have a shot before we look at the financials. Oh, this Glimrangi is smooth, I tell you what. Let's see if they, oh man, this is nice. We go right into the financials. All right. Well, the balance sheet, a year ago, they had 21 million in cash. September, they dropped all, dropped all the way down to 3 million bucks. What a fantastic company. This is why, I mean, I bet it only gets worse from here. You guys wonder why this stock is 20 cents. You think it's because of the shorts? The shorts are going after it because of nonsense like this. What do we got here? Total assets dropped by 50%. But total liabilities went up by $7 million. Sounds like a great company. This is not the type of balance sheet we want to see, guys. For a momentum trade, we can just... For a momentum trade, I get it. We don't care. But when we're trying to understand the reality about why these companies are being shorted or why they're being sold off, this is the why. All right, revenue. 9 months ago, in 2021, they had the 9 month ending, they had 8.7 million. They increased revenue to $11 million. That is good. The 3 months ending in September a year ago, comparing this last quarter to the one a year ago, they are doing worse. All right. Operating expenses, more than the same quarter a year ago. Even when we compare the 9 months, operating expenses more than the same 9 months a year ago. Net, they are losing more money now than they were a year ago. Not good. When we factor in all the operating losses, they took a hit for change in fair value of warrants last year. So the net loss ended up that hurt them. That hurt them a year ago. But if I back that out, this loss a year ago would have been 20 million. They lost 24 million this quarter. So if I discount the change in fair value of warrant liabilities, they lost more money this quarter than they did the same quarter a year ago. Wrong direction. Jay Beeb says the CEO should go to jail for pumping this crap with false allegations. Well, I mean, how false are they? This is why I want you guys to A, never trust a CEO, any of them, and B, you got to read between the lines of what any fucking CEO is telling you and quit making memes and making them gods. They're going to tell you something with a grain of truth and leave it to you to interpret. And depending on what your bias is, you're going to interpret it bullishly or common sense. Now, they saw some high failures to deliver. That could be enough to throw out a press release because there's a kernel of truth in there. Notice how I'm keeping it all popcorn lungy for you. Get a kernel of truth. It's a kernel of truth. All right. We've looked at the dilution. We've looked at the share count going up. We've looked at the balance sheet and the income statement. They got a shit ton of preferred shares and warrants sitting out there. We looked at the short. Did we look at the short? Yeah, short interest is 0. I don't know how anybody could sit there and say this is a short squeeze play. Is anybody making videos calling Hellbiz the next short squeeze play? Drop the channel name in the chat if you've seen any videos calling Hellbiz the next short squeeze play, and on what basis, what data did they say that? Cash flow. All right. Operating activities. They burned up about 35 million compared to 23 million of operating cash flow loss in 2021, 9 months ending. Investing activities. A little bit less, but also a loss. They purchased some property, a deposit for a letter of intent. We could call it even if we take out that letter of intent deposit. Financing activities. They had proceeds of 19 million in the 9 months ending September 2021. That was from the sale of stock, maybe bonds. And 27 million flowed in the 9 months ending September 2022. Yada, yada, yada. Warnings, warnings, warnings. Going concern and management plans. Let's see what they have to say. The company has experienced recurring operating losses and negative cash flows from operating activities since its inception. To date, these losses have been funded primarily from outside sources of invested capital. The company may have potentially the need to raise additional cash. These conditions raise substantial doubt about the company's ability to continue as an ongoing concern. within 1 year of today. That was September. I don't want you guys to ignore statements like this. Doesn't mean that they're going to go bankrupt, but not exactly going the right direction, safe to say. What does that mean? Well, if I was going to short a company legally, I'd pick one like this. But I'm not seeing any short interest on Ortex. It's probably not worth it. It's not worth it at 20 cents. Who's going to short a 20-cent stock? Your risk is that it's going to run to 40 cents and you lose, 2x. All right, so we kind of got the lay of the land of their financials. Mobility revenues worse than the same quarter a year ago. Media revenues, they had a slight increase, 25%. Other revenues, I don't know what that is. I don't know, guys. I mean, their mobility revenues, which is, I would assume, the core business, is down almost 40% from a year ago, and they're closing down cities. You saw that press release. That's not good. Oh boy. All right. I kind of got the lay of the land here. There's a shit ton of dilution. There's no short interest. Financials are trash. There has been a fair amount of failures to deliver at the end of December. We'll get another update in a few days for the first half of January, and we can see what that looks like. But for the most part, failures to deliver have been pretty low. This would be enough for you to put out a press release and not get in trouble, though. Oh, look, we had 2 million failures to deliver. Notice again, there were 2.5 million increase on December 22nd, but they were closed out the next day. Failure to deliver change, closed out. 2.4 million. I'm not smelling a winner. All that being said, never underestimate retail's willingness to bid up a cheap stock for no good reason. What else could change? What else could make this stock pop? More press releases about West Christian or Share Intel could make it pop. That's the hot button everybody's excited about right now. Or how about a good quarter? How about a quarter where your revenues are increasing or you don't lose money? That could make the stock pop. So if you're in love with it and I hurt your feelings really bad, pray for some of those. John says, I heard if a company goes bankrupt, the shorts don't have to pay capital gains. I've heard that too, John. I've not looked into it. Have not asked a CPA about it. But let's just game that out for a second. You sold a company short at $2. Say you sold 1 million shares. You pocketed $2 million. When do you calculate your gain on that? When you close out the short. What happens if the company goes down to the pink sheets? It's still operating. You haven't closed out your short. You could just let it linger out there forever. If it becomes a zombie company, I mean, I guess the question I really have, and I don't know the answer, John, is what happens if they go bankrupt? At what point does the lender of those shares say you need to close out that short? That's really the question. Once they close it out and they lock in the gain, then they have a capital gain. But if they can string it out forever because it's some zombie OTC stock, yeah, they just pocketed a cool $2 million. Never had to take a gain on it, but they got the cash in the bank. JB says, I smell me a winner with Hellbiz. Dustin Wynn says, fundamentals are so important. I just Googled it. You guys wonder why speaking of another company, why, I'm so focused on AMC improving their fundamentals by raising money and paying off some of the debt. If you've got fundamentals like Helbiz or Genius or AMC, that is why the hedgies are after you, because your fundamentals are a wreck and they feel a lot of good conviction in their play. So you've got to change that story. No hiring of Share Intel or West Christian's law firm is going to fix this company's problems. They will be bankrupt before that gets out of court. This Hellbiz. The best way, I would think, instead of spending millions of dollars on attorney fees and court battles, would be to invest that money in hiring a good executive staff and marketing team and figuring out how to fix your company's fundamentals and start turning a profit. But what do? Just keep on diluting the fuck out of people as their earnings get worse and worse. At least in AMC's case, the revenues are going up and the earnings are getting better if we compare to the hole we were in 2020 to where we are right now. All that being said, I do have some shares of Hellbiz for a just in case speculative play. But buddy, I tell you what, if it drops down to 15, 13 cents, I will take my L. I will take my loss and be out. I spent enough that if it were to go from 20 cents to $2 because of all these fools making clickbait videos, that'd be a nice little wham bam. Thank you, ma'am. But if it drops a little bit, I didn't put more in it than I'm worried about losing. I'll tell you that. Prometheus, what's up, amigo? Prometheus says, to hell with West Christian and Share Intel. I have nothing against those guys. I don't want anybody to take this Hellbiz conversation out of context. I am all for any one of these companies to spend their money on West Christian and Share Intel. Knock yourselves out. Maybe we'll learn something. But the only thing I've learned, the more I look into these guys, is every court settlement, if it even makes it to court, is sealed documents and we never hear shit. So why has everybody got a hard on for asking Adam Aaron to spend money and tilt the windmill? Would you be happy if he did that and then you never heard anything? Would you? Or would you just call him paid by the hedge funds hiding the details? I could just see the setup coming. I can smell it. Adam Aaron hired Share Intel and then he never told us anything. He's paid by the hedgies. He's hiding information. All right. Go to nakedtruth.com. Look at all of West Christian's cases that he's prosecuted. Where are the results? I asked. And they politely told me they're all sealed court documents. You can't see the results. Come on, man. Help a brother out. Dustin, I figured out why the text was backward. It's a Restream mirror camera setting. My camera was good. It was Restream software that had me flipped. Jordan says, yes, yeah, but wait. If the CEO can get a retail pump and then write it and then do dilution and then sell some shares. Now you're getting it, Jordan. Why are these CEOs doing this? I don't know. I mean, could it be that the CEOs that are doing this are doing it really because of all the bondholders that own all these warrants? Not the bondholders, but the investors that own all these warrants, and the debt holders that hold all these convertible notes are saying, hey, you need to bail us out, buddy. Maybe these guys are the ones that are being controlled, puppet stringed, marionette by the debt holders. All they're doing is seeing their convertible notes go in the tank. And they're like, you gotta get on that West Christian train, buddy. We need to get this thing above 15 cents and pronto. We need to get it above 25 cents. Sorry, I'm not sharing the screen. We gotta get these 40,000 shares converted to equity. 40 million. We want 12 million shares converted to equity. Can you put out some press releases and make it seem like you're doing something so we can just get it over 25 cents? We need to get paid back, brother. Here's more at 25 cents, more at 80 cents. Maybe these CEOs of these penny stock companies are the real. AMC has no convertible notes. Funny enough, though, that all of these penny stocks that everybody's saying, these CEOs are on God's path. Maybe they're the ones being puppet stringed by the debt holders. Did you ever think of that? No, because you never read the financials. You never did real DD. You just like that they're trying something. What's up, big ums? We're looking at Hellbiz. We have ascertained that there is a fuck ton of dilution coming in convertible notes and warrants, that there is no short interest, that their financials are absolute trash. But retail may still run it up anyway. Stay tuned, guys. It'll be a funny one if we do. If we do collectively run it up, I'll be laughing all the way to the bank. Did I see the Mullen petition? I have not seen the Mullen petition. I am aware of the votes that are going on and the upcoming vote for dilution on the 25th. Look, you can petition all you want. If they don't approve the dilution on the 25th, that company's in trouble. I'll just tell you that. I don't know what y'all are smoking. They're not getting into Mullen 5 production and deliveries till the end of 2024. You think they're going to be able to buy equipment to tool up a factory with no cash coming in? You think they're going to be able to survive 2 years and tool up a factory? Hell no. Bankruptcy coming if Mullen doesn't dilute. Bigums, you want to jump in? I'll send you an invite. The only thing we're talking about, no phase 6 talk tonight. We're just talking about all this short squeeze CEO stuff. I know you're speaking with Roger coming up soon, huh? Hope you watch my video tonight. Might give you some questions to ask him. Is Scarlet Irish? Dustin, I forget. Her dad told me he did the, what is that? I was going to say 21 and Me, but what is the, the DNA thing? I think there's some ancestors from Scotland and England. 23 and Me, JB, thank you. My goal is to take her over there one day and try and look up some of her family. Did I buy Hellbiz because of the retail could run it up? Yes, I did. There's no good reason, never has been, to own Hellbiz. But I bought some on Friday just in case retail gets stupid. And I say that with all the love for, you guys are not the dumb ones. I say that for everybody that's watching these clickbait channels and doesn't tune into my little show. Hashtag can't save them all. Hashtag popcorn lungs. Any Salsa Cruz talk? We could talk Salsa Cruz. Who is her clan? I don't know. I don't know what her clan is. If the stock runs up, will it happen Monday or later? If it's going to run, yeah, I think it's conceivable that it will be in the first 3 days of next week. Give the clickbaiters time to get the videos out. Let all the pump and dump commenters go in they go in every video. Hellbiz is the next one. Wisa is the next one. I see them. Look, I mean, if you want to take a chance, you got to jump on those when they're early, but recognize that all these companies are trash. You're just taking a flyer. Don't get your expectations up for no $1,000 price target. Wisa has 4.8% short interest. I call that a big fat 56% cost to borrow. I'll pull up their dilution tracker in just a second. Wisa. Holy smokes. They got smoked. $112 down to 14 cents. But this is a great stock to invest in, right? Good Lord. When was the split? 1 for 20 back in April of 2020. That means what? That means you got to divide today's price by 20 to get the real price of this stock. Wisa, guys, is not even worth a penny if you go back to the 2020 price. Not even worth one copper penny, or one copper plated penny. Let's look at the old dilution tracker. Sorry, I just realized that you couldn't see that chart. Look at this. 112 bucks down to 14 cents. All right. No, you don't want to see my football. Fantasy football. Where did I close? Did I close the other window? Do I got to do this over? Well. They had 7 million shares in 2020. bumped it up to 15 million in 2021. And now they've 10x'd the float in 2 years to 71 million shares. Why? Because that's the only way they're raising cash. They have, oh, I forgot to recap on Helbiz. They have negative 1 month of cash left in the bank. At least Wisa has 3 months of cash left in the bank. Guys, if you can just stay in this play for 3 months, you might be okay. I'm teasing. This is trash. They got a October 2022 S1 offering. Anticipated deal size, $10 million divided by 20 cents. Sounds like a lot of shares. It looks like they priced it 14 cents and already closed it out. Warrants, $255 exercise price, more of them at $325, more of them at 79 cents. I could see Wisa, someone wanting to run it up to 79 cents. Got some more at $1. The problem is that all of these act as more liquidity, more shares, more dilution, but considering the size of the float, this is not a ton. More of them at 14 cents. Oh boy, no wonder. 54 million they want to dump on you. Here's another 54 million, 14 cents. I don't see this stock going anywhere. What's going to happen when it's over 14 cents? All these guys are going to exercise and sell into your price run-ups. Convertible notes at 93 cents. Yada, yada, yada. What is the short interest on GTI? Do I think it's a good one to get into? I don't, Clark. Why? Because that company's not generating any money. They didn't they do an offering recently? I know that the only way they were paying their bills, Clark, I can't pull it up on this tool. They were paying their bills because the CEO was writing personal checks to the company to fund the company. That's how trashy GTII was. No wonder shorts are going after it, Clark. Now, if I'm not mistaken, you know, I'm old. My memory's a little rusty. I think they raised some money, didn't they? So their cash position's probably a little better. But until they start bringing in some old revenue, they're going to have some problems. Look at this. Revenue, last 4 quarters, last 3 quarters, 0, 0, and 0. Did y'all realize that the company makes no money whatsoever? It's a solid company, I hear them saying. I believe in this company. Don't know why the shorts are attacking it. Mediocre, what's up, amigo? We're just talking about Hellbiz and other companies that are getting pumped by the CEOs. So far, all we're finding, guys, is that these companies' financials are absolute trash, that they have no short interest. They had a couple days, 1 or 2 in the last couple months that had high failures to deliver, which they could justifiably say we're being treated unfairly, even though those failures to deliver got covered the very next day. They can issue a press release and said, well, we believe something was going on because look at those failures to deliver on that one day. Never mind that we have no reported short interest. Something surely is wrong. Don't look at our financials. Don't look at the man behind the curtain. Just look at what we're telling you. We're hiring West Christian. We're going after those hedgies that aren't shorting us. Lucy, what's up? Long time no see. Diaz, what's going on? Mediocre, if you want to come in, or Bigums, let me know, and I'll shoot you a Twitter DM or a Discord. Am I a hockey fan, or do I just watch football and smoke to create popcorn lungs? Shin Kyoku, we had a hockey team here. I don't know if we still do. It was called the Ice Bats. If you're familiar with Austin, we have, I think, the largest urban population of bats. So they were the Ice Bats. I know, it's kind of a weird name. But I never went to a game. Not a big fan of hockey. I was just a wee lad when we lived up in the land of ice and snow. Been down south way too long. But we do have a great soccer team here now, and a new stadium built just right down the road from me. I don't follow, to be honest, many sports religiously, but I will never turn down tickets to a game. I will watch any game live. Soccer, football, basketball, baseball, even hockey. But, you know, with all the work that I'm doing with the businesses that I have, my kids, well, they're grown now. Trying to keep up with keeping Scarlett happy with some semblance of a social life because I'm a workaholic. The time I have to dedicate to sports is few and far between, let's say. I do like to make time to watch a good boxing match or UFC. There's no particular fighters that I like. I just like seeing people get beat up. Cryptic says we got the Texas Stars in Cedar Park. Texas Stars. I don't even know if I've heard of them. Is that at the Cedar Park Event Center? Ice hockey team. Ah, I didn't even know about that. They need to work on their marketing. I do like that the HEB Center. We've gone and we've seen a few concerts up there. Al Capone, what's up? Says he's got tickets for the Senior Citizen Pickleball Championship. Big B says Lou versus Ripoff is interviewing the Wisa CEO tomorrow. Ask them about the short interest. We're not worried about. We know the short interest is negligible. What we want you to focus on is the possibility of naked shorts and synthetics being traded on the dark pool in a separate set of books that you've never seen. We want you to focus on everything that nobody can prove. God damn, Lou was like literally the worst thing that ever came into retail trading. All he did was create theories out of thin air, and then people believed it, and now we can't kill these things. We can't squash them fast enough. I do like to go to the horse races too, Destin. I have some family that lives near Hot Springs, the racetrack there in central Arkansas. We got a track down here in San Antonio. I'm not a regular horse track, horse better, whatever you want to call it. But if I happen to be in the area and someone wants to go, that's a good day. Watching the horses run. Name a country I've not been to but want to go. I'll tell you my top 4 probably right now. New Zealand, Greece, Thailand. All my years in Asia, and everybody said, you got to go to Phuket. Never made it. And where else? Where else? Iceland. What do I think about the merger GTII has coming up with CRTD? I say don't underestimate it as a potential for retail to run those stocks up. I'm considering buying some just for that FOMO run up. You got an ugly dude marrying an ugly chick. They're going to have ugly kids. But everybody's going to say, oh, what a beautiful baby. We love it. Look at those eyes. I'm long on ugly kids. Squeeze Merch says Australia is magnitudes better than New Zealand. See, one of my acquaintances here is a famous cricket player. He was a pro. I guess I want to say he was from Australia. Anyways, I used to talk to him about going to Australia. He's like, don't go to Australia, Tony. He said it's just like America, but with kangaroos. He said, if you want a change of scenery and you want a real vacation, go to New Zealand. I'm just taking him at his word. I would like to see both, to be honest. But yeah, as far as CRTD and GTII, look, they're as bad as Finger. They're as bad as GNS. They're as bad as Wisa. They're all trash. They're all a dumpster fire because of bad financials. That's why they're being targeted. You can believe whatever you want to believe on YouTube or Twitter from the promoters that are telling you that there's billions of naked shorts. Even if there were, the only way you're getting anybody out of that play that's short is by turning a profit, or in case of GTII, actually bringing in some revenue. So you're saying there's a chance, Tony? Yeah, there's a chance. But the company's got to address the fundamental flaws that are inside their own self that is causing them to fail. It's causing them to be shorted. Scuba dive the reefs in Australia. That I would like to do. Prometheus. I have scuba'd in Cancun. Where else? I did the old 4-hour certification in a swimming pool at the resort in Cancun, and then they took us out. It was a great day. I like scuba diving. I'm pretty relaxed about trying new stuff like that. I was like, what's the worst that could happen? I'd drown. But I think if I went with Scarlett, she's never been scuba diving. We would need to go here locally and get her comfortable and certified. I'm more worried about her panicking and something bad happening. I'm not worried about myself. Although I would be in Australia looking over my shoulder for sharks, I tell you that. I am nervous about sharks. Growing up in the Jaws movie era, I have an irrational fear of sharks. Scarlett is feeling better. Thank you for asking. Codename Bogdan. She is not here tonight. She got a babysitting job for some friends. So I think it started at 9 my time till 2. It was right up her alley since she can't really move without pain. Who wouldn't go? I don't know what they're paying her. Let's say $20 an hour. Who wouldn't want to go babysit 3 sleeping kids? They were in bed when she got there. All she's got to do is watch TV for 5 hours, make $100. I said, go knock yourself out. Not literally. No, don't knock yourself out again, please. That was traumatizing. Speaking of which, I'm going to, while we're chatting here, I'm going to text her and make sure she's okay. I got a message at 10:19 p.m. I love you. All right. Let me just answer this. Make sure she's all right. Headstock Harem, what's up? New Zealand would be cool because they speak English. Great call on GNS, man. Doesn't get much better than that. I was up at 5 a.m. watching it go. I was like, nope, I'm not going to touch that. I'm going to stick by my call of $5. And then what was it, around 8:05? It hit. I was like, yes, I don't got to watch this piece of trash all day. I'm out. Lucy says, Jaws was the first movie I saw, and it was at a drive-in. Hey, you know what? Have you guys seen these places that I think we have it occasionally here, where they give you a floaty, like an inner tube, and they have a big outdoor screen showing Jaws, the original, and you're floating in the water, and you can bring your own drinks, but you're watching it with your legs dangling down in the water. Anybody else have that? I'm going to go do that one of these days. Next time they do it here in the Austin area. Talk about unreasonable fears, watching Jaws while your legs are dangling down in the water at night. I don't remember the first drive-in movie that we saw. We were just children, youngsters. I do remember going to some drive-ins with my parents. We had a station wagon, and we had our little kids pallet set up in the back. You know how you could lay the back seat flat, and all I remember is going to sleep and getting some popcorn. I have no idea what the movies were. I bet my dad remembers. I'll ask him next time I talk to him. Doesn't really matter. I wouldn't remember the movie anyways. I remember the first R-rated movie that I saw back in the early 80s. And I remember seeing Star Wars, the first one, at the movie theater. Those are some of my first movie memories, the original Star Wars in the theater. Thank you, Dustin. I will pass on the good wishes to Scarlett. Walt says, say hello to Dave and Ivy. Dave and Ivy, hello. They follow me incognito. Well, hopefully y'all have a device each where you can punch that like button 3 times, Walt, Dave, and Ivy. I know we have a drive-in theater near me on the way between here and Houston, but it's been dilapidated and out of commission for as long as I can remember. Going back to the 90s, making that drive. Every year I drive by it if I happen to be heading down to the coast or heading to Houston or Galveston. It just looks like it's getting further and further in a state of disrepair. King Louie, what's up, amigo? Bogdan says, thank you for suggesting the brokerage switch, formerly on Cash App. I bet they gave you hell getting out of Cash App, didn't they? Sorry, you're going to have to sell all your stocks. That's what they make you do. And yeah, now you can participate in post and pre-market. I can, on all of my big brokers, I can do post and pre-market, but I like Webull for some of these speculative momentum trades, because it's always on before I even wake up. Like when I woke up on Friday to check on Genius, it had already been trading for an hour, and I woke up at 5 a.m. I was like, please, I've had that happen before where I woke up and it was already over. The play was over at 4:05 a.m. But sometimes, like if I'm up till 1 or 2 in the morning, which is normal, it's hard to wake up at 4 a.m. Shin Kyoku remembers Empire Strikes Back and Return of the Jedi in the theater. I also remember Shin Kyoku. We had all the Star Wars collectibles, you know, the little figurines. We'd have little battles. And we had the album, the LP. There was not a lot of entertainment in the day back then, guys. You'd put on the record and we'd have imaginary fights. Someone would be the bad guys. Someone would be the good guys. Pretending you're Han Solo or Luke or Darth Vader. Mike says AMC should open up drive-ins. They have looked at that. I know, Mike, because Adam Aaron talked about it. They're just not really thrilled about it because you can, in general, get maybe 1 or 2 turns on the screen, and it takes up a huge amount of real estate. Whereas they could take that same amount of real estate as a parking lot and get 12 theaters and show, 12 screens and show 8 movies a day on each screen. So in terms of return on your investment, it's not really compelling for these big companies anymore. Captain Anna says they showed Germany until pre-market until 2 a.m. That's like the last thing I do is check the futures in European markets. Not always on a specific stock, but I always look at Asia and Europe before I go to sleep. 4 a.m. Central is, I think, the time that Webull starts. King Louis, nothing better than braiding your girlfriend's hair. Oh, Lordy, I get it. Oh, yeah. People bring their own snacks in. Can't really control that on a drive-in. And people in the trunk. Dustin says, post a town near you. Well, not post where you're at, guys. I want to know where y'all are watching us from tonight. I'm in Austin, Texas, Central Texas, but I have lived almost everywhere in the United States. Not all 50 states, but I've lived in the northern. I've lived in California. These were all places that my dad was stationed in the military. And I've been down south since full-time since 1980. I love traveling. I've been all over the world. Not every single country, but quite a bunch, quite a few. Denver, Little Rock, California. Jason, howdy to you. In Austin, Texas, what's up? Superior, Wisconsin. Chicago. J. Beebs, my sister lives in Lincoln Park. SMK, Palmyra, New York. What's up? I love when you guys up in East Texas drop in. Thank you, SMK. Savvy in Palm Coast, Florida. Brooksville, Florida. Where have I been in Florida? Destin, Fort Walton Beach, Tampa. What is that? What is that little town just west of Tampa? Daytona Beach, Miami. Damn it, I can't think of that little coastal town just west of Tampa on the other side of the bridge. Anyways, I used to go there for work. Fernandina Beach, Florida, Cincinnati, Ohio, Moon Glow, what's up? St. Louis, home of the Big Arch. Got stuck in the airport there one night in the winter, freezing my ass off. Nowhere comfortable to sleep at the St. Louis airport. Kentucky, 3018 Blue. Ford's, New Jersey. My trips to New Jersey have been mostly Atlantic City. Racine, Wisconsin. Never been to Wisconsin. Had 3 very lovely ladies when I was in my tech school for the Air Force. 3 beautiful ladies from Wisconsin, all signed up for the Air Force at the same time. God bless Wisconsin. That's all I can say. Clearwater. Clearwater is one of those towns. That is not the one I'm thinking of. Right next to Clearwater, though. Whitby, Ontario, owning the float, says he's watching from prison. America's Georgia, Kirkwood, Missouri. Missouri. Clearwater, St. Pete. Yes, that was it. Thank you, Soul Seeker. St. Petersburg, where I used to have to go to work. It was so bad that I wouldn't even take my suitcase home on the weekends. I'd just leave it at the hotel in the bag check. Leave on the last flight on Friday. Can y'all hold this? I'll see y'all on Monday morning. Maggie, I saw that Regal is closing a theater in Maine. Did you see that, Maggie? Let me know if that is close to you, Maggie. I forget the name of the city. But if we need to put a bug in the ear of Adam Aaron to go buy that Regal just so we can cover the state of Maine, let me know. You know, Regal is closing down. I think they announced 34 theaters due to the bankruptcy process. And I saw that Maine was on the list. I checked just for you, Maggie. Indianapolis, Indiana. I had relatives in Evansville, Pello. Used to go to Evansville for a few trips when I was a youngster visiting the family. Codename Bogdan says, I bought a shed with my Genius Play. Nice. Big office upgrade from the bathroom cabinet, all because of your call on Genius. I love to hear that, guys. I had a lot of people send me messages or in the Discord saying, thank you for telling us $5. Look, I don't always get it right. I don't. It's hard to call the top on something. And maybe that's not the top. Keep an eye on it next week. It might get another run. I still see people commenting on my video. It's not done yet. The shorts are coming in now. Now the shorts are coming in. So now the battle is on. But look, if retail still, the CEO is not, he's not turning off the microphone. He's going to keep on pounding that drum and shouting from the rooftops. We might get a second run on it. I'll still be watching Genius, but I'm going to be watching it to see if it consolidates and starts moving up. You're going to have trigger fingers because it's going to be dicey from here. That's why I bought Hellbiz. Like, I feel if they can groom this CEO of Hellbiz to get on the PR train, if you know what I mean, a 20-cent stock can run up a lot easier. Does have a higher float though. Did someone ask the 8-ball if I'm going to take another shot? I'm still on my first drink. How far are we in this one? Almost 2 hours and I'm only on one drink. I'm letting you guys down. I'm sorry. How long will Party be delisted for? I don't know about VIVE, but Party, months, however long the bankruptcy process takes. You know what I was wondering though? What was the other one that just declared bankruptcy? There was another ticker that we were watching the last 2 weeks ago that also declared Chapter 11, and they didn't get delisted. Someone help me out. Damn it. I was trying to figure out, like a week before Party, this other one declared bankruptcy and they didn't get delisted. So why? No, BBBY hasn't officially filed yet. It was one of these other tickers that everybody's going mad over. It might have been AVCT. Let me... So that I have a little bit of homework to do because I honestly don't know. Why would the... Maybe y'all can help me out. Why would the exchange delist Party but not AVCT? Yeah, look, they filed for bankruptcy on January 11th, but it's still trading. I don't deal with a lot of bankrupt companies, so I don't know the answer why one got delisted and one didn't. If someone knows, let me know. Oh, look at this video. AVCT halted Chapter 11 bankruptcy. I bet she's telling you it's going to be just fine, guys. Just buy. What's the worst that could happen? Oh, Teresa. It'll be fine. AVCT went to the OTC on January 20th. Okay. AVCT. Yep, sure did. So I guess in essence, they did get AVCTQ. All right. Well, I guess that answers that. It's got a Q behind it. I don't know. When I was looking at it a couple days ago, I didn't see that. Oh, January 20th, Soul Seeker. Well, that answers that. I was looking at it on the 19th. It'll be fine. Just, guys, this is bullish. Those videos crack me up. Guys, I'm still long in this stock. I'm loading the boat. This is bullish. Remember that one time at Bandcamp where a bankrupt company came back up? I mean, there's thousands of stocks that you could cover. Why are you going to make your life making videos about penny stocks that are going bankrupt and telling people it's bullish? Could you not pick one fucking stock that is actually decent? It's not that hard, you YouTubers. Good Lord. Load the boat. BBBY. I'm sure it'll be fine, guys. No. Look at the chart for AVCT and Party. That is what is coming for Bed Bath & Beyond. God help you if you're listening to someone telling you that is going to be just fine. Shinkyoku, where do I buy my hats? This one was gifted to me. Some of my hats, I get them, online. Some of them are from vintage shops or vintage online places. It just depends on the hat. I've got my eyes on a couple new ones, but not trying to spend a couple $100 on a hat while I'm got Scarlett out of work. I try and always live my life, and I say this because I want you guys to know, no matter how good things are, I still always try and live frugally. So if I'm in a month or a week where not that much income's coming in, I scale back my expenses. And then the next week, we'll go out to if that was a good week, we go out to a $200 dinner. But if it was a bad week, it doesn't matter how much I have in the checking account. Scarlett hates it. And I love it that she hates it, but drives her crazy. She's like, you always act like we're poor. I know you got money stashed away somewhere. How much do you have in crypto? How much do you have in the stock market? I was like, that's money we don't touch. How much money did we have coming in free this week? That's the only thing you need to ask. Scale your lifestyle to your income. Don't be using credit cards. Don't be spending wildly. If you're having a rough month, scale things back. And when life is good, pay off your credit cards, send a little over to the crypto wallet, send some to your broker. And then if you still got leftover after that and you got some money in savings on to boot, treat yourself. I made all the bad mistakes in my 20s. It's much easier just not overextending yourself. So my 5 seconds of preaching. Maggie, is Hellbiz good? Nope. I'm going to say hell no. There's nothing good about Hellbiz. There's nothing that this CEO that is telling us that I can back up with any facts, Maggie. But I will say, never underestimate retail's willingness to buy trash stocks because they're cheap. So I always am preaching in the Discord, guys, if we catch these early enough, we can make money on it for a couple days. Just do not listen to anybody who's giving you a price target on these clickbait channels. Hellbiz to the moon. Hellbiz is the next $1,000. No. Hellbiz to $2. I'll take that. That'd be nice. But I'm not even counting on that. I'm prepared to drop it like it's hot if it falls to 15 cents. Savvy says, but Tony, we need eggs. Get some fucking chickens. Who would have thought that 2 years ago when I got 8 chickens, well, first we started with 2. Who would have known that you could scale your way up to 8 chickens, go out in the morning, collect your eggs, and you're just done trading for the day. Like I fucking auctioned that shit off in the neighborhood. I got 2 eggs, $3, $4, $5, $100 sold. Who would have thought that you could make your trading day just by selling eggs? I'm just teasing. But I go out and collect breakfast every morning for free. Captain Arma says, how many bills can you put in the inner headband of your hat before it starts getting too tight? I've never done that. I'm going to have to look into that. I like the money clip in the pocket till the, well, never. We're going to get demonetized. Lucy says, I am completely debt-free, no credit card debt, no car debt, nothing. Excellent, 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 Lucy. I'm going to need to buy a new vehicle here sometime soon, Lucy. My SUV, if it lasts through this year, I'll be shocked. Just to show you that I walk the walk. Some of y'all already know this. My vehicle, I've had a lot of vehicles over the years. I've had Mercedes S-Class. I've had a BMW 7 Series. I've had pickup trucks. I started out in college with all the used cars, 10-year-old cars, 12-year-old cars. Then I worked my way up to like very small new cars, like a Chevy Nova, Mazda. What was that old Mazda Altima? But when I started having free cash flow and making good money, I started upping my cars. I was big on not spending money on a depreciating asset. But once you have enough money where you can say, well, what's $1,000 a month payment? $1,500, whatever they were. But the maintenance bills is what sucks on those expensive cars. Anyways, I would trade them out every 2, 3, 4 years for the next thing And but the car I have now, I've had it since 2014 because it still looks new inside and out. I take good care of it, do my own oil, do my own brakes. If something breaks really bad, I take it to the mechanic, but it's mostly been pretty solid. 355,000 miles on that vehicle. Believe it or get out of here. I'll show you a picture of the odometer. But it's not going to last much longer. And I've got my eyes on a fully loaded Ford F-250 King Cab long bed diesel or the like. I'm partial to Ford because I've owned two Ford pickups before. But I will always go look at all of the other ones, Chevy, Dodge. I know someone's going to say Toyota, but support America. I'll look at everything, but I'm pretty sure I'm going to end up with a Ford again. Have I ever done any rodeo events, Puff Bear? We go to the rodeo. We go to the rodeo. I have not done any rodeo events like bareback bull riding or, bucking broncos, barrel racing. It's just the ladies that do the barrel racing, right? That cracked me up on Yellowstone. The fucking barrel racers. They're always the crazy chicks. But we enjoy going to the rodeo. It's like a 10-day to 2-week event here in Austin. Every single night, great artists that they bring in for a concert right after the rodeo's over. Got all the carnival rides. We will be going again this year. If you scroll back to my community tab last year around the March timeframe, I think I posted some photos. Then you get the trolls coming in. Why are you posting photos of your personal life? Because it's called the community tab, bitches. We have a community. Some of us like each other, and some of y'all are just losers. And I don't have a Facebook, so screw off. I got mad at Facebook, all the nonsense. I just turned it off, despite my wife being upset. That doesn't show that I'm married anymore. Then delete your Facebook. You're not going to change my mind. That sounds like a Scarlet problem. Oh, you don't want people to know we're married. I'm pretty sure they all know we're married, babe. Anybody that's our friend on Facebook or family, I'm pretty sure they know. You don't need me on Facebook. I just get angry when I'm on Facebook. Especially living in a town like Austin. Damn, Tully. He says his work has a 99 F350, 7.3 liter with 440,000 miles on it. I replaced the engine and the transmission on mine at about 200,000 miles. That was a fiasco. Let me tell you what. That was a funny story. I knew the engine was going out because started making noises. And I took it to my buddy. I have a friend who's a mechanic that works at a dealership. Not the same model as my car, but they can work on anything. And he's like, yeah, you need to replace this engine. He's like, but I got a guy. It's always good to know a mechanic that's got a guy. He's like, I got a guy. I want you to call this guy. He was up near Temple, I think, which is about an hour-and-a-half drive north of me. He's like, this guy buys wrecked cars and yanks the entire engine out of them, and will sell it to you for a decent price. So I took my SUV up there, 90 miles, and opened up the hatchback and bought that engine. It was out of a, not the same vehicle, but it was the same engine. I think it came out of a pickup truck. And they brought it with a forklift, and I got photos of it, entire engine loaded it in the back of my SUV. And I drove it straight to my buddy, the mechanic, on a Saturday morning. And by that afternoon, he had that whole fucker replaced. Good as new. I think the engine had less than 50,000 miles on it. And he charged me only a few $100s. I forget what I paid. 400, something like that, plus the price of the engine, which was 1,500. That was a deal compared to spending 10, 20,000 down on a down payment on a new car. And it's lasted me many, many, many years and almost another 200,000 miles since then. Transmission, the first one failed at about 120,000 miles. I bought a brand new transmission to replace it. And it had it brand new because brand new comes, I think, with 100,000 mile warranty, if I'm not mistaken. Used, a rebuilt transmission comes with like a 10,000 mile warranty. No, give me the OEM transmission with the full warranty. That one failed 5,000 miles short of the warranty expiration. Got a third transmission completely free, brand new OEM. You don't want to buy a brand new transmission. Those fuckers are expensive. I think it costs more than the engine. Anyways, I can tell, you know your car. I can tell that the gears are starting to slip a little bit. So yeah, that baby's on her last legs. I told Scarlett, I said, I'm just working from home. My other businesses are home based. I don't need to go anywhere. You've got a brand new car. What if I could probably get $5,000-$7,000 for my car. Why don't I just sell it and invest that in AMC and APE? Why don't I just sell it and invest that money in something? When the market picks back up, I'll just go buy a new car. Why do my car's sitting in the driveway 99% of the time. It's just depreciating away. Clark says, what is another good short squeeze play to get into besides AMC and GameStop? Clark, I try and pull up every now and then these short squeeze plays from Ortex, but I have not seen a lot of great luck in picking the ones that they have highly rated in Ortex. And I post these when I remember to in the Discord. We have a room just for short squeeze plays. They have them ranked by score. Now keep in mind, a lot of these are high on the short squeeze list because they're trash. But we got EVgo, Nikola, Beyond Meat, Stronghold Digital Mining, Cricket, Fisker, Blink, Chicken Soup for the Soul. Remember that? Didn't they just buy Redbox? They're already high on the short list. Holy fuck. AMC's on there, about number 15 on the list. This is based on high short interest and high cost to borrow. So they give it a score. But the other thing that I've been sorting on is what is the estimated short interest. And if we sort and see who has the highest short interest right now, Silvergate, ticker symbol SI. Mark Cahodas has been calling out that stock as a train wreck for a few months. We got Carvana on there, 64%, Blue Apron, 41%. I'm not saying these are great short squeeze plays. I mean, all of them have high short interest for a reason. But They might be some that you go do some due diligence on. Marathon Digital Holdings, Beyond Meat, Bed Bath & Beyond, EVgo. Basically, you know, if they're being shorted because of a temporary condition and you think you can pick it up for pennies on the dollar and they have a prayer of recovering the company without going bankrupt, some of these might be something to consider. Going by using this type of sort, not one that I've picked has worked out. I bought some Weber. It was highly shorted, kept going down. And then Weber got a buyout offer, which was the same reason I don't want to buy out for AMC. Weber got a buyout offer, which was higher than the current price, but lower than what I had bought in at. I still lost money, even with the buyout offer. So, Clark, rather than try and pick one based on short interest or the short score, what I found to be more profitable, Clark, is to pick one that everybody's talking about. But you got to get in it on the very first day. Jason says, Redbox, I made a killing off of that play. That was one that just went to the moon on no good reason. But, you know, I love those type of plays where you can just ride the momentum, get out early with your initial investment and let the rest ride. Cruising. Lucy says, I still like MMAT. I need to look at MMAT's financials. I'm done doing financial stuff for tonight. And we just killed the last ounce or two of Glenmorangie. So we'll go till I finish off this cup. And then we'll call it a night. Is GNS done, Maggie? Please, please, please go watch my video that I spent all afternoon doing just for you guys to answer all your questions about GNS. Max Dog, any thoughts on GTII and CTRD? I think if they merge, Max, like I said earlier, it's going to be like the ugly boy meets the ugly girl, and they get together and have an ugly baby. And retail's going to say, "Ah, isn't she lovely? Look at those eyes." It could run up on a press release that the merger is going through. Max, we are long on ugly babies, but they're still ugly. There's nothing good about these companies. Does that mean that they won't run on news? Nope. They could run on news, absolutely. But keep your head in the clouds and your feet on the ground. Just have, you know, reasonable price targets. If you get in it cheap and it starts moving, take some profits along the way. Do not listen to anybody telling you these lofty price targets. Lucy says MMAP might be a good long-term play. I mean, she says it is. I don't know. Lucy. I know a lot of people that love that play. I have not looked at it recently. I can tell you that every time I've looked at it, I can't find a reason to buy it, but I don't remember right now because it's been months since I've looked at it and maybe things have changed. So I'm going to take a pass on that one for tonight. Vertigo says the Regal Cinema closing in Maine is in the town of Brunswick. Maggie, Akron, Maggie, is Brunswick near you, Maggie? We need to know. Can we help you out with Adam Aaron? Not that Adam Aaron listens to me. He's never once responded to a single one of my messages. Maybe because all my messages to him are complaints. But I will do what I can for you, Maggie. I'll make a video saying, please buy the Regal in Brunswick. We got no presence in Maine. And I also need to know, is the Regal in Brunswick like up to snuff? I have a feeling like if they're dumping a Regal cinema, it's probably not the greatest location in terms of revenue per seat or just the amount of investment it would need to upgrade the theater. Mark Corkum says he's feeling good about AMC 1 calls. Good luck to you. I got some calls for March 3rd, actually. We were laughing about that. March 3rd. What if Lou was right all along? March 3rd. He was just early by a year. I can't wait for the comeback videos. Lou, you deserve it. Vaporized. You vaporized yourself in 2022, Lou, but I will forgive you if it runs on March 3rd, 2023. I'll forgive you for all the shit talk. Love you. All right. Dustin says, Tony, is your fax machine turned in sending info for my tax returns? No. I have no fax machine anymore. Any news about the reverse split on Mullen? No, not yet. I don't think we'll know anything. Let's see what happens after the meeting on the 25th for the dilution vote. Maybe offer Adam Aaron a fanny pack. I did send him. Let me know in the chat. Maybe I should do a poll. Maybe let's fucking do a poll. How do you do a poll? Start a poll. All right, here's the question. Should AMC, wait for it, offer, what do you think he's going to say? A marijuana bar? No. Should AMC offer kettle corn? That's what I want to know, Adam Aaron. What do you guys think? Doc Breezy says, Tony, don't go yet. I still have more liquid left in this here container. I got about 2 ounces of Glenmorangie left. I see about, I really don't want to drink all this tonight. I got about 4 ounces of Casamigos tequila. That doesn't seem like that'd be a great idea to mix scotch and tequila. So we're just gonna slowly sip on the scotch. And I guess I'll have to make a run to the store for tomorrow's live stream. Prometheus says, Adam Aaron, a.k.a. Doc Zeno, listens to all your live streams. Doc Zeno, did you fall asleep? We want to know about kettle corn, Doc Zeno. I love me some kettle corn. I'd rather buy kettle corn, Doc Zeno, a.k.a. Adam Aaron, than Oreo popcorn. But don't put that fake sugar in there. I don't want that fake sugar aftertaste. Make it legit, like you get from the carnival. In fact, get you a kettle right there and pop it up fresh. I want to hear that propane tank underneath it, Adam Aaron. And then they dump the kettle out. Oh, man, can you imagine the smell? What? I mean, to me, kettle corn's better than buttered popcorn smell. When they're roasting it right there on the carnival, I will always stop and get me some of that. Clark says, should I buy more GameStop? Clark, you're going to have to ask your buddy over there on the other channel, Clark. I'm sure he'll tell you yes. Mike says they should open up a medical weed shop. See, that's where I knew you were going to go there. Should AMC? I'm sure that would be an overwhelming yes, too. Can we get, how many votes we got here? We got only 28 votes. Can we get 50 votes? Can we get 50 votes? Lucy says, fun fact, my cat's name is Moon and my dog's name is Sunny. Who's got the funniest pet name? Our dog is named after Tim Tebow. His name is Tebow. Why? I don't know. Scarlett had that dog before I met her. I create my own good luck says, Lou is like Greta. How is he like Greta? Captain Arma says, kettle corn, a corn dog, and a beer go good after the rodeo. The last rodeo we were at, the last day of last year, somebody fell down in the bathroom, the ladies' bathroom, and they had to call an ambulance. I was like, how fucked up can you get on Miller Lite? Holy shit. All right. Popcorn lung. Here we come. Remember, tonight, you cannot call me Tony. You can only address me as Popcorn Lung. Special thanks to one of the trolls of the channel for giving us yet one more nickname to promote this channel with. We love it when you guys do that, you trolls and clowns. Popcorn Lung Denaro coming to you live on Saturday night doing drunk stock analysis by popular request. Hellbiz was the stock of the night. If you missed all the fun, you missed all the DD on Hellbiz, drunk or not, I do a fucking good job telling you guys the facts about these stocks. I'm not really drunk, but I am drinking. At any rate, Popcorn Lung. You must call me Popcorn Lung tonight. Someone actually said in the comments, how can you guys listen to this guy? He vapes. He's got popcorn lung. That by any rational, analysis, he must not know anything about stocks. Oh, Lordy. Pull your dress down, son. Your jealousy pants are showing. Your jealousy panties are showing. We saw the color, and it is pink. Kettle lung. Oh, yes. Kettle lung, popcorn lung. Headstock Harem says, a dog named Scooby Don't. Do you really have a dog named Scooby Don't? Cat named Snickle Fritz. I tweeted Adam Aaron about kettle corn. I want you guys to go find that tweet from 2 days ago and please retweet it. I would love you guys a long time if you can get behind the kettle corn hashtag. Hashtag kettle corn. I might start doing it every day. Gus says, Tony, this is a question probably for my broker, but if APE conversion is a yes, and I have 1,000 APE at zero average price, the price is not zero, but let's go with your example, and 1,000 AMC at 25, would the APE converted shares lower my AMC average price? Look, your basis, Gus, is your basis does not change. What you spent for those shares with splits or reverse splits, none of that changes. So if you spent $10,000 and you've got 1,000 shares, or there's a split or reverse split, and you spent $10,000 and now you've got 10,000 shares, your basis is still $10,000. Just divide what you spent by the number of shares. It only matters what you tell the IRS when you file your taxes after you've sold. Does not matter what your broker shows. I call that a placeholder. Just forget about what your broker shows. The only thing that matters is that you know what it was and that you report it on your tax form. Tully says my grandparents had a dog named Lefty, no front left leg. I had one of my friends dropped off a dog for us to watch 2 weeks ago. First time I've ever seen in real life a 3-legged dog. Cutest, nicest little dog. She was a little mutt. Got around like nobody's business. I already forgot her name. Lucy says we had a Chihuahua named Teddy Bear Chi-Chi Baby. We have 3 cats. We got Tebow the dog. We have 3 cats. One is that white Siamese. You guys might have seen him on the stream. He's got a Viking name. He's Loki. I've got another cat. All of our animals are rescues. I got another cat that I picked up off the streets. She was a skin and bones kitten when I found her. And I was single and traveling a lot. I'm a dog person, but I was sometimes not home for 3 or 4 days because I'd go to Vegas and just party. And so I said, well, I don't really want a cat, but it's nice to have a pet, and I can't have a dog because I'm just not here to take care of it. So I adopted the cat, and I didn't even name her for about 2 months because I wasn't planning on keeping her. I was just going to fatten her up and try and get her adopted, but she kind of grew on me. So my son and I started testing names on her, and no reaction. She wouldn't react to any of them. And then I said, what about Bella? And her tail went psh, psh. I said, oh, you like the name Bella? I was like, all right. And still to this day, 11 years later, anytime I say her name, psh, psh. She knew her name. I just had to figure it out. And then our other big tomcat is named Fitzgerald. Some TV show that Scarlett used to watch. She liked that name. Sixth Son, what is my opinion on Hellbiz? Scroll back to the beginning. Catch up with us, Sixth Son. We already did deep dive on Hellbiz. All right, let's see what the votes are. We're going to close the poll for kettle corn. 53 votes. It is 74%. Yes, AMC should offer kettle corn. Doc Zeno, Adam Aaron, you see your investors and your retail customers demand kettle corn, especially Tony Denaro. 74% say yes to kettle corn, but make it legit. I say install a kettle with a propane burner. That might be a little bit over the top, but just don't use fake sugar. Have I looked up BTB? I have not. Let's see what BTB is. That one clown said it was good. I bet I know which clown you're talking about. $1. Is it 220 down from 5,000? Down from $5,737. Oh, Lord help me. How many reverse splits has this company had? I don't even want to know. No, I have not looked at it. Free float is only 7 million shares. It has potential. So you're saying there's a chance. It ran up from $1 and change up to $12 at the beginning of this month, and then fucking got rug pulled. I mean, come on, guys. When a stock in the last 30 days ran up from $1.70 to $12, and now it's at $1.70 again, and someone's making videos saying it's going to come back, Tell me you're a bag holder without saying you're a bag holder, Mr. YouTuber. Somebody got without lube and they're still holding the stock. Clark says, why are some people selling AMC and buying APE? Because they think that they're going to play the arbitrage play, Clark. Because they sold their APE, moved it to AMC. Now they're trying to play catch up the other way. I keep it simple, Clark. I held all of my AMC. I held all of my APE. And I just added APE more and more the cheaper it got. And I'm just sitting pat right now. I did buy some AMC a couple weeks ago. I forget the date now, but when it was at $3.90, I added more AMC. First that I've bought since August. Do I think that the hedge funds still have the same amount of legally shorted positions in AMC? Clark, we put up the Ortex almost every day, either on my stream or KC's. It's, where is it? Where is it, Clark? 20 something percent. Is that all the same shorts that we're holding it way back when? I sincerely doubt it. I don't care if it's the same shorts. All I care is what is the percentage and when did they get in? It is at 22%. And the average age on loan is 99 days, Clark. That means if we back up a little bit over 3 months, can I do that? It's January 20th, December, November, October, plus a couple. Let's say beginning of October, the price of the stock was $7 and it went to a high of $8.18. So Clark, I think it's fair to say that half of the shorts right now are shorted somewhere between $7 and $8. We could easily route those guys out of this play if we can move over $8. Then you get into people that have much more firm grasp on their short position, maybe in at $10, $20. Those are harder to get out. So we got to get over $7 or $8. Get these shorts to start covering the new ones the last 99 days and see if we can get a little run going up to $20, $25. How will that happen? You need good news. In my opinion, you need good news. Christian says, I did the same. Clark says, I did the same. Added more APE. Six Sun, good night, amigo. Thank you for stopping in. Ooh, that was a rough one. Where are we at on stock prices right now? I didn't even hardly look at it. Someone commented on my Friday video. What? No more AMC? No more AMC talk? Or maybe it was my Thursday night. If this is your first time here, look, you guys have been watching me a long time. You know I trade stocks. A lot of them. There's a lot of stocks that I'm in, a lot that I follow. But mostly I talk about what you guys are asking me about. Your questions, and the ones especially if you're thinking about getting in it, and I notice that people are clickbaiting you, or bad DD like Cosmos has 2,000% short interest. Bullshit. I will make a video about that, calling out that bullshit. This is not a AMC only channel. I own some AMC. It's one of many positions that I own. And I get the most questions on it, so I end up talking about it the most. But I'm happy to talk about plays that I'm looking into, plays that you're looking into, news of the day. This cracks me up when people think they're going to come on the channel and say, why didn't you make an AMC video today? Because I talk about what I want to talk about, or what you guys want to talk about. 174 on APE and 552 on AMC. I barely even watched it on Friday because not much was going on. I want to see I did say to the Discord on Friday morning when I woke up that I would shot call $6.50, but my alert never went off. Code Red says, sold APE on the last run up, waiting to see if it hits $1 again. I don't think we'll see $1 on APE unless the vote fails, in which case I think that it will immediately drop below $1 within a day. And in which case I don't even know, honestly, just being perfectly blunt. If the vote is a no, and Adam Aaron can only raise money by selling billions of more apes, I don't know at what point I'd buy it again. Now that I know what they want to do with APE, they being the shorts, they want to punish it. They want to keep it down. They want to minimize his ability to raise money with it, and they will sell it, day trade it, short it, back down to 60 cents, 50, 40. They will obliterate it on a no vote. That's just my guess. How would the options work? Soul Seeker is asking on AMC if the conversion happens before the expiration date. Probably similarly to how it happened when we split AMC and APE. They created AMC 1, which was all of the options that didn't expire yet prior to the split date. We got AMC 1. Now we've got the new AMC chain. And if we bring APE back in, what I'm imagining, Soul Seeker, is that they will create the options exchange, options clearing corp, sorry, the OCC will create a new AMC 2, which will be all of the current options that aren't expired yet. And then immediately after that, we'll get a new options chain, which will be the new price of AMC plus APE plus the reverse split. Depends on the timing of how, like, I don't know if the conversion and the reverse split will happen the same day, if they'll be spread out. There could be multiple actions. You could have AMC 2 and AMC 3. We'll have to see. Well, that's why I really don't want to do a lot of what ifs until I see the proxy statement and see if they give us any clues. Pug says, any thoughts on the tech sector with all the layoffs? Yeah, I've been telling the Discord, layoffs, expect layoffs through March. And so none of these layoffs are surprising me. I'm expecting more. And I'm slowly starting to add tech companies. I started buying some Tesla, started buying some Meta. I still can't, I haven't bought Amazon. I think I looked the other day. I'm looking to buy some Amazon, but I haven't bought them yet. I'll consider some Google, but I haven't bought them yet. I'm waiting for all of the bad news to be in and slowly start adding these, what I call blue chip companies, on this beautiful, beautiful weakness. And my outlook on these plays is a 5-year play. I'm not trying to get rich overnight, but when the market begins its recovery, you'll see these things pick up pretty quick. I probably won't have to wait 5 years. That's just what I tell myself so that I can sleep at night. Clark says, I've been noticing lately that people don't talk about life-changing money that much anymore from AMC. Good. They shouldn't, Clark. That was all clickbait as far as I'm concerned. I'm in it, Clark, for a good old-fashioned short squeeze. And then just when I thought, Clark, we might have a chance of getting one in 2022, we got the raising interest rates and the recessionary market we're in. So now we're stuck, Clark, in waiting for the Fed to change their posture or the inevitable recovery of the movie industry and the theaters and let some of these Cineworld, Regal go bankrupt, close. Best thing to do would be let all these bankrupt theaters close. We have too many screens per capita in the US. That is the biggest problem. It's not just that the movie industry is putting out too many movies. We just have too many screens. I'd love to see Regal shut down and AMC buy nothing. Can you imagine, instead of having half full theaters during the week where you double the patrons because there's nowhere else to go? I still think it's bullish, and unless we get another virus of unknown origin, I think that the recovery is going to be fine over the next 12 to 24 months. Are we going to be all the way back where we need to be by the end of 2023 just based on box office? Probably not. But we're going to be better than we were at the end of 2022. So I'm watching for retail popcorn. Don't really care about credit cards. I heard that one guy say, oh, they're going to make billions of dollars on credit cards. No. But retail popcorn could be interesting. And meanwhile, just keep on getting out some good movies. How about we work on capitalism, not wokeism? How about we put out what people want to see, not what you want to make? I think they're starting to get the idea. Hollywood. We keep on focusing on that, and we just see how it plays out over the next 12 to 24 months. If something spicy happens in the meantime, beautiful. We all make some money. If something doesn't happen, we got to work on our patience and hope that the management continues to make good choices. At least we're not in an industry that is. No, I'm not going to be mean. I'm not going to do. Yes, we got competition from streaming services, but look, they're duking it out amongst themselves. That's a dog eat dog world right now. They're going to be in a world of hurt for the next 12 to 24 months. This is our moment to shine on their weakness. So I have a more patient outlook. I didn't get in it to be patient till 2024. I was in it for the same thing you guys were, squeezed. But we got to realize the environment we're in right now. Every day I wake up just like you, hoping that the press release we've been waiting for is there. But if it's not, I'm okay with it. We're moving in the right trajectory. We got to get these damn shorts off our back. We got to pay down the debt and keep marching that box office revenue up. Ticket prices are going up. More and more concessions are being sold. We're on the right path. Is it a path that's going to be life-changing money tomorrow? No, and that makes a lot of people mad and emotional. I get it. But that's not what my channel is about. You can be mad on your channel all you want, that you had bad expectations. I'm talking to the content creators with all due respect. I understand your emotion, but you listen to Lou. All right. Cocaine Bear will rock. I hope so. Clark says, what happens to someone's shares of AMC if they die? Well, I mean, Clark, I think we all know what happens if bankruptcy comes into play. If you look, I've put up a bunch of charts in the past week about what happens to companies when they warn that Chapter 11 might be on the table. not going to be good, Clark. If you see that kind of announcement on any company, you ought to think about selling, because everyone else is going to be. But we're not on that path right now. If we have no way to raise money in the next 2 months, it's going to get closer and closer. Cash reserves are draining down. Companies got to raise money. Question is, do you want them to do it at 60 cents a share, diluting you billions and billions of shares? Or do you want to do 100 million shares at 50, 40, 30 bucks? That's your choice coming up. Oh, Clark says, I'm talking about a retail person that dies holding AMC shares. Well, I mean, that depends on how your estate is settled, Clark. All of your assets will either go to pay your creditors or they'll go to your loved ones. Make sure you guys have a will or a living trust. Look, all of you, I mean, it's a couple $100, depending on the complexity of your estate and your family situation, yada, yada, yada. But you should go talk to an estate planning attorney and get this stuff written down. It's a expense that is worth it. And if you have a good estate planning attorney, they can also help you minimize the tax impact of your estate to the loved ones. Depending on what state you're in, your state can rip you off if you die without a will. Go talk to an estate planning attorney. Do it this month, all of you. That is one of those things. It's like a one-time expense you will never regret. Codename Bogdan says, can your wife take over your account? Yeah, make sure that in your account, in your stock account, in your bank account, if they have the ability, and most brokers do, to name a beneficiary, that you do that. Do that next week. Do it tomorrow. That's like a simple step that you can take. But what if you both die in a car crash, God forbid? Do you have kids? Do you want your shares or your assets to pass to someone in the family, or do you want them to fight over it? Do you want the state to take half of it? Go talk to an attorney. Get it set up in writing. It's not that hard. It's not that expensive. And if you have, look, if you're making $12 an hour and you don't have much, don't worry about it. But if you have any sizable assets, like a house that's almost paid off, or a decent size portfolio, you should take the time to go do that. Prometheus says, if I die, I'm leaving all my money to Tony's rabbits. Have you ever seen those people that leave all their money to their pets? That is hilarious. That's totally something my wife would do, Prometheus. Speaking of, did she ever answer my text? Yeah, she did 4 minutes ago. Doing stuff on my phone. All the kiddos are asleep. Are you going to be awake when I get home? Probably. Hang on, let me answer her. Finishing a live stream now. Codename Bogdan says, can my wife use my account? Bogdan, you would probably look. I would assume, Bogdan, that you can set up your account as a joint account. Call your broker and ask them. You probably need to put her name on it. Now, we get into that tricky question of, do you trust your wife, Mr. Bogdan? Some of y'all, not Mr. Bogdan, but some of y'all might be like having having a spouse that you don't really know if you can trust them. You guys, I want you to go talk to an attorney by yourself. Figure out how to protect your shit. But if you love your wife and she loves you, your spouse, and you know you're never going to get divorced, put them on there as a joint owner of the account. I can tell you, all of my shit, because I've been divorced, right now all of my shit is in my name only. Nothing against Scarlett. I'm just tired of getting fucked over. I did not see Gus Adam Aaron's tweet about Stephen King's The Boogeyman. I'll pull it up here in just a second. Clark says, do you think anything's going to come out of these CEOs of Clark, based on the data that we have of all of the other cases that have been, over the past several years, Clark, I think we're going to hear nothing. Find me one case, Clark, where you can see tangible results. I'll wait. I'm not being mean. I'm not being a dick. I'm just saying, when I asked, where's the results? I was told that they're all sealed court documents. What's the point of insisting, berating Adam Aaron to go do it if you don't get an answer? Not one fucking company has published an answer of anything that they looked into. So you're not going to see me berating, belittling, chiding, begging Adam Aaron to hire Share Intel, because nobody that I can see has published results. It's freaking irritating. Dustin, am I texting on work time? I am, yeah. Doc Breezy says, then you shouldn't have married. Look, hey, Doc, we deal in facts and statistics, Doc. You know how it is. Half of marriages end up in divorce. Find you a good one, guys. If you're still dating, I do have dating advice. Look, I've made all the mistakes. Do not, and don't let your kids marry somebody in some fucking shotgun less than 1 year relationship. When I met Scarlett, she said, I would never date somebody that made me wait more than 1 year to get married. I was like, oh boy. 7 years later, we got married. Somehow she stuck in. She's one of the good ones. Prometheus says, E-Trade, Fidelity, Webull, etc. have an online page where you can fill in a beneficiary. Yes. As far as I know, all of them do have at least a beneficiary. I will leave that between you and your attorney to decide if you want to make it joint. But look, you got to know your spouse. Sometimes even people that think they know their spouse get fucked over. I say protect yourself first if you've got a sizable account. Kyle, sorry to hear about that. Don't get me started, Kyle. Clark says, Julie is the best wife in the world. I would do anything for her. God bless you, Clark, for finding a good one. I feel the same way about Scarlett. Look, anybody who can put up with my shit, Clark, and still be as loving and innocent as my wife is every single day after putting up with my shit, I'm not easy to get along with on purpose, Clark. Anybody who can put up with my shit for 7 years is a good one. And she's just as stubborn as me. She's no pushover. but she's got good Southern values. So I appreciate that. Prometheus says, I've been divorced 3 times and have protected ours every time. Smart man. What state are you in, Prometheus? Please don't say California. Sharon Stone and Casino will make you rethink your choices. Mike says, I had a good one for 20 years and then... Yeah. If you make it past 7, gentlemen and ladies, your risk of divorce, I would say, goes down substantially. But 20 is about the next gateway. Like when the kids leave the house, that's the next risk level that you got to face. Dustin says, 40 years married. My wife can handle the worst. God bless you. My parents made it 50 plus years, Dustin. They were a good example that I did not live up to. Table Rock guy, Marcus, hello again to you in Ozark, Missouri. I'm trying to remember where was that? I dated a girl from Missouri. Table Rock. Where was that? Oh no, it was Mississippi. Sorry, never dated a girl from Missouri. Those M states get me all messed up. Anyways, Mississippi turns out some pretty nice looking ladies, I'll tell you that. She was from Hattiesburg. Scarlett, if you're listening in while you're babysitting, forgive me, but you know who I'm talking about. She was good looking. She just kind of Looney Tunes, you know. Doc Breezy says, Tony, since you're not responding to Kettlelong, am I going for the 49ers today? Let me see who I had on that game. Hang on one second. Stand by. Sorry, I didn't see the message. I already forgot the question. Hang on. Am I going for the 49ers? All right. I got it pulled up here. Let me see who I have on my lineup. We can't see it on that screen. Where'd it go? I have Mahomes, Christian McCaffrey, Miles Sanders, Jamar Chase, Stephon Diggs, Travis Kelce, Tyler Bass, or is it Bass? And my flex is Saquon Barkley. I don't think I picked anybody from the 49ers. Clark says, my parents are still married over 60 years. My dad is 93. Mom is 90. Dad is full of piss and vinegar. God bless your parents, Clark. That is beautiful. 60 years married. CB, there is some music playing in the background. Let's see if I get demonetized. Testing out a little background music from Restream. About a week ago, I tried out some background music from another service, a paid service. For a 3-hour live stream, I had about 100 copyright claims. They still haven't closed them all out. I'm still demonetized on that video, so I'm going to cancel that service. Nobody wants to pay $30 a month for music and then every live stream be demonetized for 2 weeks while they clean up all the claims. Oh yeah, well, you know, you do have a license because you're subscribed, but it might take us a few weeks to clean up all the claims. Meanwhile, you're not getting paid for any views. Yeah, that ain't worth it. So I'm doing a little test tonight. Tony S., good morning to you in the Canary Islands. That is another place that I would love to visit. You have family in the Canary Islands? Oh, man. Canary Island off of Spain, right? Or is that belongs to Spain? Off the coast of Africa? Nope. Never been. I've never been anywhere in Africa. I would like to go to Mallorca off the southern coast of Spain. Canary Islands would be cool too. I know Scarlett wants to do a safari in somewhere in Africa. Being the animal person she is, that's like her dream trip. Sergeant Beef, what's up? Long time, amigo. Pug says Mahomes' ankle might not be up to shouldering his team for the rest of the postseason. I only need him to last this weekend, and then I get to repick Pugs. We'll see how he does. Bogdan says, I made it through 10 years, only got about 2 to 5 left. What does that mean? 2 to 5 left till what? Dustin, where are you shoveling snow at? And what time is it where you're at? Who's shoveling snow in the dark? Bogdan, sorry to hear that. Health problems. That is my biggest fear, Bogdan. I try and eat right, try and live right. I do smoke a cigar from time to time. Drinking is in moderation. Not too worried about that. My had several relatives. My grandmother lived till her 90s, but I had others pass away from cancer in their 60s. So I don't know which side of the gene pool I got. I either got like 5 or 10 years or another 40. Roll the dice. Sorry to hear about your health issues, though. It's something we all worried about. Something we all worry about once we turn 50. Sergeant Beef says go to Tanzania for the best safari, Mount Kilimanjaro, some crater that I can't pronounce, Lake Victoria, Serengeti, Zanzibar. Sounds beautiful. I would do a safari. I know that's a freaking expensive vacation though. A flight to Africa, nice accommodations, and a safari. I'm sure that is not cheap as going to Cancun. One of these days soon, Sergeant Beef. Ape Name Roscoe says, one thing I noticed in Texas was how dang fast y'all drive. You should see some of the tollways we have here, Roscoe. Legal speed limit 80 miles an hour, 85. That was the first, when I got my BMW 7 Series, the first thing I did was take it out to the tollway that is on the west side of town. I think the speed limit's 85. I don't have much call to go over there. And I ran that thing up to 100 miles an hour. It's like there's no cops. There wasn't that much traffic when they first built it. Now the city's building more out that way. And the only way you're really going to die is if a cow or a javelina, a wild pig, is crossing the road. And people have died on that road at night from the wildlife. Like that tollway was put through farmers' land, and it'll get you around the entire city from before you even get into Austin all the way down to the south side of Austin. Like if you're a trucker and you don't want to sit in 2 hours of traffic to go 12 miles, you just take the tollway and go around, and you're out in 25, 30 minutes. You can book it down that road. We do drive fast. Yep. But we have high speed limits. On a normal road, a normal highway, the speed limit's 70. We got a lot of road to cover here in Texas. It could take you a day and a half just to drive across the state. Dustin says he's now in Tampa. Dustin, are you always the one that's giving me a hard time about Ybor City? I used to spend a lot of time in St. Pete, and they'd always want to take me to Ybor for entertainment. By entertainment, I mean, that one restaurant that has the belly dancer. I don't know what you're thinking about. Sergeant Beef says getting to Tanzania is the most expensive part, but once there, it is super cheap. All right, good to know. Some friends of mine just got back from a trip to Egypt and Jerusalem. They were there for 2 or 3 weeks. They really enjoyed it. They did a little bit of everything. They said a hot air balloon ride. They did some boat trip while they were there. And then I asked, how was the food? And they were like, Yeah, you can only eat the Mediterranean diet for so many days. And then how many days can you have pita and falafel? I don't know. I kind of like it, but if you like McDonald's, I guess that would get old. Prometheus says, I thought I was going to die driving from Fort Worth to Dallas during rush hour. That is the worst, man. I hate driving in Fort Worth and Dallas. We're going to get up there. If any of y'all are up in Fort Worth or Dallas, we've been talking for a while now about going dancing up there. We've just about worn out every place in Austin. And I have friends up in Fort Worth. There's some good, huge country western dance halls, and some of them double as good concert venues. So we're going to make it up there again sometime soon. I don't think I've ever taken Scarlett dancing up there. I had a girlfriend in El Paso, and we would both meet in Fort Worth. It's been a while since I've been up that way. Pug says, I love Ybor City. Yes, Cuban restaurants and more. And belly dancing. Don't forget the belly dancing. Let's keep it wholesome. Kind of reminds me of Austin downtown light. Clark says he had to deliver 40-foot RVs in 8 lanes of traffic in California. Oh, Lord. I can't remember. I've been to LA before, Clark, a long time ago. I don't really remember the traffic, but sometime after that, I know my dad went with my brother, maybe my brother and sister. They did a trip to LA. When I was there, it was for work. And we did the whole touring LA thing while we were there for a week. But I don't think I was driving because I don't remember the traffic. But I remember my brother saying, like, my dad was insisting on going the speed limit on the California highways, and he was getting honked at the whole time. I can't even imagine it now, decades later. Like the whole thing when I was doing the acting auditions 10, 12 years ago, whenever that was, here in Texas. And I was doing some movie work here and just trying to learn, and improve myself. Get out of my little shell. Challenge myself to be comfortable, as I say, in uncomfortable situations. I thought, could I ever move to LA? Could I ever go there and do auditions? Then you got to deal with the traffic and the narcissistic people. It didn't sound like a great life. Not to mention everybody and their dog is trying to do acting work in LA, and here in Texas it was pretty easy. Even an F-rated actor like me could get an occasional good gig. Not the ones that all the trolls show you. Those were horrible. But there are a couple good ones. Arabone, Bali, good evening to you. Shit, Clark. Backing up an RV on a dirt road for a mile? Holy shit. No, I can't imagine that. Your wife is a good driver, I'll tell you what. I have never driven an RV. I guess the biggest rig I've driven, Clark, is a pickup truck with about a 20-foot ski boat behind it. All right. That is the end of the Glenmorangie. Should we keep going till Scarlett comes home? 30 more minutes, or should I call it a night? Are y'all bored? Prometheus says, I thought LA and New York was bad until I drove in Dallas, Fort Worth for a week. I'll tell you, the worst place that I've driven is probably downtown San Juan, Puerto Rico. I'm talking like the old town. I'm not tired. I can keep on going. Downtown San Juan, I had family that flew in to visit, and I rented a 15-passenger van and was driving that bitch in downtown San Juan. Now, if you have ever been there, you know about the traffic and you know about the small streets. And there were people screaming in the back of that van, I can tell you that. But I was a pro at driving in Puerto Rico. I've driven in the UK. I've driven in Italy. Got a ticket. They mailed it to me when I got home. Never did pay it. I wonder if they'll try and chase me down next time I land in the homeland. Driven in Mexico. Guadalajara. Everywhere else, I think we had a driver. Asia, we always had a driver. I'm trying to think. Oh, you know where one of the worst, like getting lost, was when I was driving in the Dominican Republic. That was a big mistake. I wanted to go sightseeing in the capital. Big mistake. Driving on the highway was not a big deal. There's nobody driving, but you get downtown. We were looking for a place to park so we could like go see the sights. Couldn't find a fucking place to park. And then somehow we ended up in a street market, which was like in the slums. And it was me and a buddy and two girls. Scarlett was one of the girls. And they were like, lock the doors. We're scared. Get us out of here. And you couldn't even move because of the amount of people in the street. It wasn't the traffic that was bad. It was the people. And all the passengers were scared to death. DC traffic is bad. We went for a vacation up there, and we were somewhere by the White House, and we ordered an Uber because we didn't have a car. And I said, "Can you take us to Arlington Cemetery, which is just right across the bridge?" He's like, "Well, you need to tell me where it is." I'm like, "What the fuck do you mean? I need to tell you where it is? Do you realize that you are driving Uber in a tourist capital of America and you don't know where Arlington Cemetery is?" It's like I could throw a rock and hit it, and I got to tell you where it is. Pathetic. Where are you from, son? Well, I live outside the state. Well, learn your fucking city or don't come here and drive Uber. God damn, that is irritating. Yeah, apparently that ticket I got in Italy was by camera. We were in no man's land driving from, where did we start out? Somewhere near Milan, and we were driving down the west coast, making our way just down the west coast to end up eventually in Rome. It was the middle of the day, not many cars on the road. We were just flying. I never saw a cop car, but some camera caught me. So they mailed me a ticket. They mailed it to the car rental company, which then mailed it to me. I don't know. Is there a statute of limitations? Dustin says, I tried smuggling booze from Tijuana. I was 21, future wife 20. We had too much and had to dump it in and out of the airport security. I remember one trip, Justin, me and a bunch of friends from work, and then other extended friends. We all did a trip to Cancun, and everybody bought cigars. We were young. We were like in our late 20s, I would say. We all bought cigars, and everybody had them stashed in their luggage. Some people put them in shoes. Some people wrapped them up in shirts. Some put them in snorkel tubes. And everybody was scared to death getting caught coming back through immigration and customs, because nobody claimed it. Now, supposedly they were real Cuban cigars, but who knows when you're in Mexico? It's like going in China and you're buying a Cuban cigar. How do you really know? Because everything's replicated and fake over there. But anyways, no one declared it. And we all made it through customs. And then one guy got he's like, we saw his face. He just like went white. He was like, oh. He was already scared. And I was telling them all, don't worry, cigar, like the dog's not going to sniff it. They can't x-ray it. You're fine. He was scared shitless. But they checked all his luggage, and they They didn't find anything. He was fine. He made it. But we figured out that the reason he got stopped, at least what we think, he was right after the guy, my other friend before him, but they had the same birth date on their IDs. So we think that maybe it was random, or maybe the identical birth dates, one after the other, triggered the search. But he's like, oh man, I was shitting my pants. I thought they were going to find me and put me in jail for his fucking cigar. I brought back so many cigars, Cuban cigars from Asia. Every time I was there, that's all I smoked was Cuban cigars. And I'd always bring back a bunch. Never once had an issue. Buy a gold chain, Dustin. Wait, is that a smuggling trip? I'm asking Scarlett what time she's going to be home from babysitting. I don't think Prometheus. I'm trying to remember if we drove in Germany. We were in. Why can I never remember the name of that town? The one that everybody goes for beer drinking. I can never remember the name. I've been through Frankfurt. I know that we stopped in Stuttgart for a week. What the hell is that town that everybody goes for the beer drinking? I never can remember it. We were there for a week too, but we took the train from there to Stuttgart. I don't think I ever drove in Germany. That would be like a dream trip to buy a nice Mercedes in Germany and just drive around there, drive around Europe for a week. What the hell is the name of that country? The name of that city. Let me zoom in here. I did not go to Berlin. Munich. That's where it was, Munich. We were in Munich for about a week, and then we went to Stuttgart for about a week. That was a work trip. Not much interesting to report on that trip being work, although Munich was cool. Stuttgart, very industrial. The highlight of the trip was probably drinking beer, eating good German food, and we went to see, I don't know, somewhere outside of Munich, the castle that the Disney castle is modeled after. Although once you get up in it, doesn't quite live up to expectations. Now, what I would like to do is just go to Munich for a beer drinking vacation. No work related. Just spend a week in Munich and get blasted every day. German girls in Hamburg love to drink. Never been to Hamburg. I asked one of my buddies that used to travel a lot to Europe. I was like, what is your favorite country to go in Europe? He's like, Tony, you got to go to Poland. The Polish girls are so beautiful. Never been to Poland. And then, yeah, after Munich and Stuttgart, That's when we went to Bratislava, and I used to think Bratislava was a country, but now I see it's a city in Slovakia. That was a pretty cool old town. I can't remember now, but I kind of think that we stopped in Vienna for half a day just for sightseeing. Norway and Switzerland, fond memories, Prometheus. Fond memories. I went there for a couple months between my junior and senior year in high school. I stayed with a family in Eskilstuna, Sweden. And we went to Stockholm many times. They took me over to Oslo. They had a cabin up in the northern part of Sweden. And the family that I stayed with had a girl that was my age. She was a blonde, or she was a brunette. And her two best friends that we hung out with all the time were a blonde and a redhead. It was a horrible summer. Oh, goodness. The swimming was my favorite. If you've been to Sweden, you know what I'm talking about. I don't need to explain it. But yeah, beautiful country, nice people. They bike a lot. And I picked Sweden for where to go just because I wanted to learn a new language. I wanted to go somewhere that would be like total culture shock. It was a fabulous trip. Bogdan says, do you think the hammer's coming down on Sam Bankman? I sure hope so. I don't know. He paid off a lot of people, but the public eye is on him. I think, and I hope that the hammer's coming down. Dustin Wynn says, are we going to do a marathon? England is waking up. What is it? 7:40. Good morning in the UK. If Dan makes it on before we go off, my evening will be complete. We have Dan and Kathy in. I know those two at least are in the UK. Anybody else in Europe awake this morning in the live stream? Let me know. Bulgaria is awesome. Ellie says, I have never been to Bulgaria. I guess there's a lot of the smaller countries I have not been to. Have not been to Poland, have not been to Czech Republic, Hungary, have not been to Romania, Greece, nope. UK, Denmark, Germany, France, Spain, Portugal, Italy, been to all those. Switzerland. I guess the only continent I've never been to is Africa or Antarctica. Is Australia considered a continent? Clark says, a couple from Sweden wanted to buy a car from us on the car lot. The lady must have been 7 foot tall. Are you sure she was not Danish, Clark? When I traveled to Asia, there were always these dudes that were Danish, you know, the finance dudes that were doing big projects in Taiwan or China. These guys were like, and the Chinese girls were just like, oh, I love tall men. We love the Danes. I mean, I did all right in Asia, but the Danes, man, they got the chicks. Never met a tall Swedish chick, but I'm sure there are some. They got that Viking blood. My grandmother's side of the family actually is from Sweden, so a portion of me is Viking blood. Tony S says, you and Scarlett got to do Africa. I would be remiss, Mr. Tony, if I don't make it over there for a safari before I die. New Zealand, Australia, one trip, and a safari in Africa. Like, we've done so many beach vacations that in Vegas, and it feels like that should be something next. Like the next time we need to celebrate something. I would like to go to Egypt, Prometheus, but I mean, I keep on hearing that it's a little bit dangerous. I don't know. I mean, they say Mexico's dangerous too, and I've never had a problem in Mexico, but then I open the news and there's somebody, like, they found their bodies dead on the side of the highway. One of my buddies, longtime friend since college that lives here in Austin, he married a girl from Mexico, and they would drive down there from Austin to visit her family. And he got carjacked. Driving to meet her family. He's like, I thought I was going to die. I don't know. Every time I've been to Mexico, it was either like drive right across the border because we were partying on the beach and just go over just to hang out in the clubs or go get some Mexican food. Or I've flown into Mexico City or Guadalajara, several trips to Guadalajara. And we always had drivers. No. We had rental cars in Guadalajara, as I recall. I just wasn't driving. That's some crazy driving in Mexico, too. Yuka Frita, what's up? Codename Bogdan says, a second channel for Tony's travels. I think, there's been more people asking about, believe it or not, about dating advice or how to handle your woman. I don't know. What should I do next? I feel like most of y'all are an older demographic. You probably don't need dating advice. I'm not talking like where to take your date, but how to retain your masculinity, how to not lose yourself to the programming that has made men into a bunch of simps in America. How to not get fucked over. And how to not buy chicks drinks as your opening line. Took me a long time to learn that shit. I wish I would have known all that shit when I was in my 20s. Once you learn as a man, once you learn the way that women are programmed and the way that you should react is the exact opposite of what everything you were taught, it's like a whole new world. The matrix becomes revealed. Doc Breezy says the times have changed since then. Doc, I've only been married for not even 2 years yet, Doc. I've got a decade of experience of being single in modern times. We need great nursing home ideas. Good Lord. Hopefully we won't have to get to nursing home reviews for another 40 years if y'all are still with me. Prometheus says, I've had women buy me drinks, but I was raised old school. I mean, we were all raised old school, Prometheus, but you got, in this modern world, if you're a single man, you got to throw all that shit away. Clark says, the problem is men aren't men anymore. A lot of them are boys. It's not even, I don't fault them for being young or boys, Clark. I fault them for being programmed by the mass media and the education system to reject their masculinity. All right, I was going to talk to y'all the other night, if y'all are still sticking with me, and I know some of y'all might have been here when I mentioned it the other night, how to get a free drink from the bartender. Should we tell that story again? I don't know how this would happen. Like, look, first of all, if you're single dude, find a place that you like and get friendly with the female waitresses. I would get a lot of free drinks just from that. Some of them I dated, most of them I didn't, but it would just shock me how many free drinks I could get just from becoming friendly with the bartender or a waitress. They would just bring me a drink. But this story is not about that. This story is how to, I don't want to say trick, but how to finesse a free drink out of a bartender, whether it's a male or a female. This will still work. So, and I went in it with 100% sincerity. I only learned this by accident. But you guys know, if you've been around for a while, I've talked about, you know, how we had the bar full of different bottles of tequila. And right before COVID hit, we were going to invite a bunch of friends over I was collecting a bunch of bottles. And we were going to do a blind tasting test, because I will go to my grave insisting that Patron Silver is the smoothest, best tasting shot tequila that you could drink. And every time I say that, doesn't matter what room I'm in, I will get people arguing. You got to try this. You got to try this. You got to try. I hear you. I hear you. I've tried them all. Tried them all. Have not found for my palate one that's smoother and easier to drink than Patron Silver. Tried them all. But go to a bar and tell this story to the bartender, whether it's a male or female. Just tell it to a few. And say you want a shot of tequila, you want a shot of Patron, but you're really torn because you want to know if there is a better tasting tequila than Patron. You have yet to find one. What do you recommend, Miss Bartender, Mr. Bartender? At least about 60% of the time, oh, well, my favorite is yada, yada, yada. Here, let me give you a free shot to taste side by side with your Patron. That worked a lot. It worked so much that I started using it as a gimmick. They're just so proud of the tequila that they like that they want you to try it for free to see if you'll like it. I want y'all to try that next time you're out. Try it in a couple places and see if it works. Prometheus says, try being a bartender. Women buy you shots. I was talking to a member in the Discord on a private message, Prometheus, and gentlemen, the first thing you need to throw away is the idea that women are the prize. You are the prize. Once you can internalize that and say, fuck everybody, your life will change. He said, but Tony, what do I do when, what did he ask me? He said, how do I convince them to go to such and such place with me? How do I convince them? I was like, you don't convince anybody. You tell them what you're going to do, and do they want to come along? If they don't, you're going by yourself or you'll find someone else. There's no, you don't convince a girl to do anything. She either wants to join you in the fun, she wants to join you in the journey, or she's not the right one for that night, for that week, for that month, for your life. Stop putting them on a pedestal. And women, you can say the same thing to men. I don't care. And even Scarlett, if you're listening, this is not going to be a surprise to you, but even when you're married, you don't change that attitude. She gets so mad at me for being stubborn and for going my own way, but she also deep inside respects it. I know that because she tells me. All right. I just, look, we're going to go 30 more minutes till she gets home. I just cracked the Casamigos. We're crossing a boundary here now, mixing scotch and tequila. This could get dangerous the next 30 minutes. Yuka Frita says, I'm currently building a Tony Denaro shrine. Captain Arma says, you sail the boat. Yes, gentlemen. Focus on yourself, improve yourself, have your mission, find somebody that wants to join you on the journey, not the other way around. Don't fucking chase. Women are a dime a dozen. Once you internalize that and accept it, your life will change. It sounds, to people that don't understand the game, it sounds like, how can that be? How can that be? Women are a dime a dozen. How can that be? I'm not supposed to chase them. I don't know the why. I'm just telling you, it fucking will change your life if you can internalize that. You will have people chasing you down when you stop giving a shit. And if you have plans to do something that night or that weekend and she, I don't really want to do that. All right. I'll call you next week if I have time and let you know how it went. And then you fucking go do it by yourself if you have to, or call the next one on your roster and invite them. But don't fucking not go. If you said you're going to go do something and she doesn't want to go, you better go. Even if you go by yourself, even if you have a bad time, fucking go. She will ask you about it next week if you have time, if you call her. Did you go to the concert? Did you go to the club? Did you go to the game without me? Yes, we had a blast. I ran into so-and-so, such and such happened. She's going to regret and think about saying no next time because you showed your fucking balls and you went without her and you told her no. You told her, you showed her that you're not dependent on her. She's not going to lead your life. It might sound savage. I know Kyle says it's savage, but it's life-changing. Once you can cut the fucking cord and get into the matrix instead of living in the matrix, when you control the matrix. When you're married, nothing changes, gentlemen. She's still going to try and control you. She's still going to try and, no, you don't fucking change shit. Do you got to adapt a little bit because you got to cure for her feelings and do some things that she wants? Yes, you got to adapt. If you love your wife, you got to adapt. I do some things that I don't like. I go shopping every now and then. I hate shopping. But for the most part, you still got to fucking do your shit and have your mission. You know how many times she complains about me working all the time? Every fucking day. Does that stop me? Nope. Well, you run your own schedule. You can work when you want. Yes, I can work when I want, and I choose to work. So be quiet. Do you want the bills paid? Do you want a nice lifestyle? I would live in a trailer. This is Scarlett for real. I would live in a trailer if I could just spend more time with you. Well, honey, I ain't living in no trailer. My job is to work and provide for the family. Learn to deal with it, or find, go find somebody that's got a 9-to-5. Because maybe you shouldn't have picked someone with the entrepreneurial spirit, but you're too deep in now. You're 7 years in. You should have. Well, no, I respect that you're a hard worker. I respect it. I'm sorry. They hate it, but they love it. They can't help it. What's up, Tyler B? Yeah. Every now and then I got to take a day off and just give her her time. And she deserves that. Your significant other deserves some time of undivided attention. I'm just saying, when you're in a marriage, you can't neglect your partner. But they will still, whether you're single or married, they will always try and distract you from your mission, from your goals, from what is important to you. It's always about me. Stop working. Stop, don't go fishing. Don't go hunting. You guys know. No. Do your shit, gentlemen. Deep down, no matter how much she complains, she will admire and respect you for telling her no. Clark says, marriage is a compromise. Julie and I both are our own individuals. We both choose to come together as a unit. I love that, Clark. Yeah, and gentlemen or ladies, all of you, if I haven't run all the ladies off yet, don't be that clingy person, and don't date that clingy person. Have your own thing and have some things that you do together. Scarlett and I, we got a lot of things we like to do together. Dancing, concerts. When it comes to shopping, oh, do you want to go shopping? No. Oh, but you don't want to spend time with me. I want to spend time with you. I'm not going shopping. All right, I just go by myself. All right, I'll see you in a couple hours. Have fun. It's rough. I hate saying no, but I've done that shopping thing before. What did it ever get me? Jack shit. And I hated every minute of it. I'm talking about in previous relationships. Don't do shit you don't want to do. Dustin says, I'm buying a Corvette tomorrow. I always joke with Scarlett that I'm going to get a motorcycle, Dustin. A Harley, or something similar. Not like a cross-country Harley, a fucking badass one. Just something to ride around town, to go up to the corner store and look like a badass. And she's like, no, you're never getting a motorcycle. I was like, the fact that you said no guarantees I'm getting a motorcycle. Just know how that works. It's second on my list of, after buying the next boat. So motorcycle's on the list, but it's not at the top of the list. Good night, pugs. Thank you for hanging out. Prometheus says, you can borrow my big dog. What do you have, Prometheus? Scarlett's dad, he's a badass too. He just bought a motorcycle. I like that dude. He is a lot like me. He's a stubborn fuck. She didn't say shit to him about the motorcycle. And it will be the same here when I buy mine. But the problem is not owning the motorcycle in Austin, Texas. That is not the problem. The problem is the fucked up, stupid drivers paying attention to their phones. You got to be smart. You can't be an ignorant two-wheeler in Austin. Al Bio says, sorry, I got caught on the Manscaped ad. Did you have a Manscaped ad? I haven't even run an ad tonight. I should probably run an ad real quick while there's still more than 10 people in the chat. I forgot totally about paying the bills. Having so much fun, I forgot about paying the bills. All right, if you want to help pay the light bill, watch 30 seconds. If you don't, you can just click to skip. That's fine. If you got premium, you're not going to see an ad. Doc Breezy says, fucking drivers in Texas at statewide. And you know what my bad luck, Doc, is every time I run into one of those drivers, or I should say when they run into me, because I'm a pretty good driver. They run into me. It's always the uninsured ones that find me. Why is that? Like, it's a state fucking law to have insurance here. But I always find the guy, or he finds me, that has no insurance. Son of a bitch. Codename Bogdan says, RJ codename Bogdan is legally blind, so I do all the typing and help with social media. Well, what is your name that is helping out codename Bogdan? So we can know both your names. Donkey Kong, what's up? Or good night. Sorry if I missed your chats earlier. Hopefully you're still here. If not, good night. Owning the Float says, I never dressed up for Halloween until I had kids, but never did it for any of my exes. Every Halloween that comes by, Owning the Float, Scarlett always has these grand plans for us dressing up for Halloween. It is a big deal in Austin, Texas, Halloween. It's like Mardi Gras in New Orleans. I'm not shitting you. She always has these grand plans, but we never start planning it early enough, and we never pull a costume together. So we end up going as stupid shit. Like, what is left at Party City that we can still buy? Oh, vampire fangs and some makeup. Yeah, we could pull that off. A hobo. One of these years, Owning the Float, we're going to start planning our Halloween costume in July and actually pull something together good. Her with the red hair, like the ideas that I have, whether it's Jessica Rabbit or Poison Ivy, any of the famous redhead icons that you can think of. A lot of good ideas. We always just wait too late. The funnest Halloween we did was about, I think, 3 years ago when my son was still a senior in high school. I bought a fog machine, and I brought my speakers into the entryway of the house, and I had this zombie ominous music playing, and the fog machine blowing smoke fog right into the entryway of the house. And Scarlett was dressed up as a zombie nurse, and I was dressed up as a zombie, but I was hiding in the bushes right outside the front door, and I had strobe lights too. So first of all, the kids hearing the music and the strobe lights and seeing that fog and the open door, they were scared shitless to even come to our door. But the ones that made it to the door and then I jumped out from behind the bush, they'd run away screaming. And the parents like, oh, that was awesome. My kids will never be back, but that was awesome. That was a fun Halloween. I should do that again, but I felt bad about traumatizing some of the young tykes. Clark says, Julie's listening. What? Shout out, Julie. Good evening to you. Sounds like you got a good man and a good marriage, Julie. As long as you guys work good together, just forget about everything I'm saying, Clark. I'm talking to the single men. Doc Breezy says you should get a Honda Mini Moto. I don't know about those mini cars. Pam, what is up? Pamela. I saw you on Steven's chat earlier. What have you been doing in the meantime? Did you go see a movie? I'm just waiting for the wife to get home from her babysitting job. On my way home now, she just texted me about 20 minutes. What time was that? That was at 1:40. Well, that was 30 minutes ago. Where are you? Clark says, when I stopped caring about women, what women thought, that is when I met Julie. God bless. Clark, you found a good one. And it sounds like maybe you had the right attitude too. I am a big believer in that, Clark. Once you stop caring about chasing, things open up and the right one to join you in your journey in life will show up. And, you don't, there's going to be clingers, single guys. If you've got a mission and you've got a path and you've got masculinity, you're gonna be assaulted with clingers. Wait for the good one. The clingers will be your Monday or Tuesday night chicks. Don't spend the weekend with the clingers. I'm not saying don't hang out with them, but that's your Monday or Tuesday night girls. Don't commit a weekend. No Friday night dates with a clinger. Find one like Julie that has her own independence. Pam says shooting pool and drinks with the friends. Pam, I can't say that I'm good at billiards, but there was a time when I was good. Back in my late 20s, when I was going to college during the day and I was working a full-time job, second shift, and we would get off work at 12:30 and go to the pool hall till they closed at 2. And I played with some sharks, Pam. These guys were good. And they were just raking me over the coals. I was pathetic. So what did I do? Well, by now, you guys probably know what I did. I started reading. So I got some videos. I started learning. I started going in my free time to practice pool without them by myself. And then one day, Pam, I started beating them. And they knew. They're like, you've been practicing. How did you get so good? It was like at one point, the switch just flipped to where I could see the angles. I knew what to fucking do. I wasn't just some amateur in there. And I still couldn't beat them every game, but I could hold my own. So I like billiards, but I'm not that dedicated anymore to it. But it was just that competition thing of not wanting to get romped, ransacked every game. I enjoy billiards, but I don't keep up with it. It's a great night out with your friends, having some beers and playing some pool. We got a lot of good pool halls in Austin, Texas. I will play you, but don't expect much. I'm about as good at pool right now as I am at poker. Not poker, sorry, chess. Poker, I suck. Scarlett's the poker ace. Codename Bogdan says, we women say 10 minutes. That means 30 minutes before we're ready to leave. Amen. I know that. I got it. Every time I'm getting ready to go out with Scarlett, you know what song comes in the back of my head? You guys, have you ever listened to country or western music? This song, go watch the video. It'll bring tears to your eyes. It's called Waiting for a Woman. Don't just listen to the song. Watch the video. That's like waiting for Scarlett to get ready. And not recently, because some of her friends moved, and some of them she's not friends with anymore. They weren't really good influences, but she'd have like one or two other girlfriends over here, and they'd all be getting ready in the bathroom, you know, putting on makeup and doing each other's hair. Yeah, it was fun going out with 2 or 3 girls, but it was not fun waiting on 2 or 3 girls. I'm just glad that it's down to 1 now. But still, it's always waiting. Like for men, it's easy, right? Comb your hair, put on a cowboy hat, a little bit of cologne, and you're good to go. No, they got to curl the hair, twist the hair, makeup, change outfits 10 times. Does this look good on me? I don't know about this tonight. Waiting on a Woman. Go watch that song. Watch the video. If that doesn't bring a tear to your eye, you are not a romantic at heart. You don't have someone that you really care about. Tyler B says, any wisdom you'd like to share for a new father like myself, have an adorable little 2-year-old girl at home? Tyler B, I can tell you, I was blessed that both of my boys were very easy to take care of. But I remember the first year of the first son was an absolute nightmare. I was going to college full time during the day. I was working a second shift job, and I had a lazy wife. And I'd come home 12:30, 2 in the morning. Baby was crying. She wasn't working. And that year was hell. Like no sleep, no peace. I think that you're past the hard part if your kid is 2 years old. Once they can sleep through the night, you can give them full, regular food. And hopefully your kid has a good disposition. I just think I was blessed. I don't know. Maybe they're like me. My kids are very even keeled. Never have been a problem. What advice I could give you? Teach them good values and don't baby them. Like I gave my kids a lot of freedom, even at 3, 4, 5 years old. Not like irresponsible freedom, but don't be that hovering parent. You know what I'm talking about? Teach them good values. Teach them early to respect their parents. Don't spare the rod. Like, I'm not big on spanking, but I only had to spank my kids once or twice, and I never had to do it again ever. Because they fucking knew if I raised the tone of my voice, it was not going to go well. Like I would have spanked as many years as I needed to, but it only took 1 or 2 times, and we never had to cross that bridge again. Dana, okay, I see your chat. I was looking for you, Dana. Thank you for helping out RJ. Dana, just so you and RJ know, my wife is legally deaf. Scarlett wears hearing aids, so I can empathize, and I appreciate you helping RJ out, Dana. I help out Scarlett a lot. She has hearing aids, and she can hear when she has the hearing aids in, but she, sometimes the batteries aren't charged. Sometimes she gets tired of wearing them, and I'm the helper. And especially when you're dealing with people that got masks on, they're trying to talk to her at a store or something. She's like, I don't have my hearing aids in and I can't see your lips. I have no fucking clue what you're saying. Captain Arma says, let's do darts instead. I like darts too, Captain Arma. There was a period where I was pretty good at darts. Same story with the billiards. We got in a phase where everybody wanted to go play darts. So I was good at it for a while. Probably not too good at it now. Doc Breezy says, Pam, are you better at poker, chess, or pool? Pam, we want to know. Pam says, I like to shoot pool. I do like poker. Chess is probably last. I'm probably in the same order, Pam. I like pool better. I would like to get better at poker and chess. My wife is always asking me to go play poker. We got poker halls around here. She can go there and win hundreds of dollars at the drop of a hat because her dad taught her well. She's a poker shark. But it just never was my thing. And I don't like to go play poker and get beat and get knocked out and then watch her play for 4 hours. So I just tell her to go with her dad, and I'll stay home and work or watch TV or whatever. One of these days when I have free time, I'm going to do the same thing. I'm going to read some poker books. I'm going to spend some time getting good, and then I'm going to go smoke them. She's like, I know you'll be good at poker. You got that kind of analytical mind. You'll be good at it. Just start trying. I just don't like being bad at something. I don't want to go learn poker by the School of Hard Knocks if I could just spend a few weeks reading some books, studying some videos, learning the basic strategies. Same with chess. I'll be good, but I just haven't had the time to dedicate to getting good at poker. She wins because people underestimate her. They see a young, pretty redhead chick. Oh, we're going to smoke her. Nope. She already knows what you have in your hand. You were toast and you didn't even know it. Hey, she's back. Huh? Yeah, we were waiting on you to get home.
I took extra time because there was 2 stray cats at 7-Eleven and they wouldn't let me catch them.
Okay, she's saying she took longer than 20 minutes because there were 2 stray cats that what?
At 7-Eleven when I stopped for chocolate. And so then I had to go inside and get them food and water and bowls to feed them. And I had to go take it to them.
Can you guys hear what she's saying? She stopped at 7. What did you buy at 7-Eleven?
I just got myself chocolate and then I got food for the cats.
She said she stopped at 7-Eleven to buy chocolate and there were 2 stray cats. Were you trying to catch them?
I tried to catch them, they wouldn't let me.
She tried to catch them, but they wouldn't come to her, so she bought them water and food.
They were eating some disgusting food in the parking lot whenever I pulled up. It was like gross. I was like, here, I'll eat this.
That is the animal lover for you. You're feeding cats at 7-Eleven at 2 o'clock in the morning in the dark.
And it's crazy.
In the fucking cold. Are you like not worried about your safety?
I am, but I was in a bright place. 7-Eleven.
There were bright lights. She says she's okay. Come on, man. You gotta be smarter than that, lady.
No, I can't have them starving.
You can't have them starving in the cold. Oh, Lordy. Well, at least she didn't bring them home. All right. Now that she's home, I'm going to go ahead and sign off here in the next couple minutes. Pam says, hello, Scarlett. Yuka says Scarlett is Catwoman at night. She is a fucking. I jokingly call her the crazy cat lady, just to keep her in check. But I mean, if I wasn't around, she would be the crazy cat lady. Yeah, you can pour me one of those. Is there enough? All right. Huh? I can't hear you. I got earphones in my ear. I have been drinking scotch, and I just poured a little bit of tequila. And switching at this point to Bailey's Irish Cream is probably not the best idea, but do we got to work tomorrow? No. Tomorrow, guys, go hit up Massalorian in the comments. Tell him to freaking call me. I want to do a live stream tomorrow night with old Johnny Boy. So go bomb him in the comments and tell him to call Tony Denaro on Sunday so we can hang out again tomorrow night and get our game plan on for Sunday. Doc Breezy, Scarlett, he's asking, was there classical music at the 7-Eleven? Were they playing music? No, 7-Eleven. She says no, but who knows? If do you have your hearing aids in? Well, she says no, and she says, get off of the live stream. You've been on it all freaking night, and I'm home now. All right. Yeah, she is in good spirit. She's up and around. She is in pain with the broken collarbone, but what are you going to do? She's got a few more weeks to go of healing. Far better than where we were 3 weeks ago. God, thanks to God. Prometheus says, Tony, the boss is home. You better run. No, it don't work that way in this house, Prometheus. There's only one boss, and that is Tony Denaro. But I do have to respect that. I've been working here now, hanging out with you guys for what do we start? 10:30, 10:15, 10, 11, 12. It's like 11, 12, 4 hours. I mean, that was a fun day. I've had fun hanging out with you guys. We got to show the real truth about Hellbiz. If you're just joining in or you joined in late and you're curious about Hellbiz, I've just been getting bombed with questions about Hellbiz and Wisa. We talked about Wisa. Scroll back in the morning. It's late tonight. Don't do it tonight. Scroll back and look at all the DD. You're going to be shocked how CEOs lie to you. And feel free, if you're watching this afterwards, if you got other questions about other stocks, other tickers, anything we didn't cover tonight, drop them down in the comments below, and we'll try and catch you tomorrow on the Sunday night pre-game live stream, hopefully with the Massalorian or whoever is available. Tyler says, Tony, get AB Investments back on. I love AB. Solid dude. Even though, look, there's not many people I agree with on everything. All of them know it. We all know where we stand with each other, but I respect people like Pantheon, KC, AB, Massalorian, where we can disagree on stuff and still be adults and friends, because at the end of the day, we all have the same goal. Doesn't matter how we get there. There's multiple paths. But if you all, I encourage you to be good to one another. Don't fall into this habit of name calling and trolling and belittling people and doxing people. That just shows your own weakness. You're not doing anything to the other person. It's a reflection on yourself. So that's how we try and maintain it here. I'll talk about DD, whether you like me or not, whether you disagree with me or not. You're always welcome here. Just love each other, be respectful to each other, and let's go make some fucking money. I will see you guys on the next one. Have a good night.